Need You Now by Carly Phillips. Narrated by Angela Daw. Chapter 1. What do you buy the man who has everything for his birthday? Juliet Collins had discarded many gift ideas for her father, Andrew, and finally decided on purchasing a bottle of his favorite wine. He was the ultimate connoisseur and collector and had a wine cellar of his own. There was nothing else she could buy or surprise him with that he couldn't get for himself. At least this would be a personal present, showing him she knew him well, and a gift he'd enjoy. But to order his favorite, she needed access to his wine journal, something he kept in his safe. She handled his business dinners and social events, his doctor and other personal appointments, and coordinated with his assistant at his office, yet he hadn't shared the combination to his private safe. It was a good thing she'd spent hours as a child playing under his desk while he worked, sitting in a Queen Anne-style chair in the corner of the home office. And when he went to his safe, he'd mutter the combination out loud, not knowing she paid attention. With her head for numbers, she'd memorized the combination years ago.
"Juliet!"
her father called from across the penthouse where they lived, an immense space in Manhattan where she had her own wing.
"Yes."
She heard his footsteps making his way toward her bedroom. As an investment banker, he often wined and dined his many wealthy clients. He also brought her along to chat with the wife or significant other while he handled more business-type conversations during the meal. Tonight was one of those evenings, she thought, pasting a smile on her face, although she found the dinners, and often the company, tedious. At least dinner out was preferable to the parties she hosted for him, where too many of his so-called friends had grabby hands. Not that he knew. She was his princess, and he'd be furious. She didn't see the point in upsetting him when she'd learned to deal with the two pushy men herself. She was 26. She'd been at his side since she turned 18, doing what he asked her whole life. She'd gone to New York University and majored in business, but instead of heading out into the world, as she'd been excited to do, her father's unexpected heart attack had kept her home, helping him and feeding his overprotective nature. She ran his schedule now, including his cardiologist and cardiac rehab appointments, because despite his young age of 52, he had a bad heart. To say she was sheltered was an understatement. Her father, by virtue of his personality, took the term helicopter parent to the extreme. He held her back from living her life, claiming to need her by his side, and as he'd raised her since the death of her mother when she was an infant and the doctors were concerned about his weak heart, she felt obligated to do as he asked. He was all she had, and vice versa. He stepped into her room where she'd just finished getting ready for the day. Wearing his usual three-piece gray suit and a red tie, he was a handsome, distinguished-looking man with salt-and-pepper hair and a goatee. His looks belied his actual state of health. His heart, after a quadruple bypass at 44 and some damage from the heart attack, always worried her.
"What time is tonight's reservation at Chez Matilda?" he asked.
7 o'clock, and before you complain it's too early, the doctor said it was unhealthy for you to eat too late and go to bed on a full stomach, remember?
He held out a hand, indicating he wouldn't argue.
"Yes, and I appreciate you looking out for me. I don't know what I would do without you."
He tended to throw that last line on most conversations, a way of reminding her how much he needed her. She adored him. Sometimes she just wanted more than she had in her life now.
"Are you leaving for the office?"
she asked him. He nodded.
"I'll be back home in time to rest before dinner."
"Have a good day."
He strode over and kissed the top of her head.
"You too. What are you doing today?"
"I'll come by the office and coordinate with Georgia," she said of his assistant. "Then I'll probably do some shopping."
"Take my driver. I'll send Eric back after he takes me to the office."
She shook her head.
"I can take the subway."
She caught his scowl.
"You know I don't think it's safe."
"Then I'll walk for a bit, get some fresh air, and grab a cab. I don't need—"
"Humor me, please. I don't want to worry about you."
His hand went to his chest.
"Eric will be here for you by the time you're ready to leave."
She sighed. "Fine," she said, giving in as she always did.
"I'll see you later."
He strode out of her room. She watched him go, struck by how easily he manipulated her, and she let him. She wasn't about to second-guess the choices she made in her life. It was what it was. He was her only parent, she loved him, and she felt as if she needed to take care of him. Included in that care was keeping him calm about her own life. She waited a while until she was certain he'd left for work, and she headed into his home office. She'd furnished the office herself, one of the tasks he allotted her, decorating the apartment, room by various room, a job she actually loved. She was good at it, too. So good, his friends' wives often asked for her help when they were decorating a new home or redoing one they already lived in. She'd begun to take photographs and document her accomplishments on Instagram, gaining a solid following. As she didn't have many friends, she'd lost contact with the few she did have when she couldn't go out often. Those photographs were the mainstay of her account. The dark-paneled room had black leather furnishings, including the Queen Anne, a love seat, and the chair behind his desk. The office always had a welcoming feel to it. That, and it smelled of her father. Since she was a little girl, she associated that scent with home and found it comforting. She walked to the safe, located behind a painting, a cliché if ever there was one, and spun the dial, he'd never upgraded to a more modern numerical touch keypad, and let herself into the safe. The dark space forced her to pull out the contents for viewing in order to search for the item she wanted with a listing of his wines. There were folders on top and leather-bound journals underneath. She shifted the folders, which were identified by typeset labels, and caught sight of her name. Curious, she placed the other items onto a table and flipped through the folder to see what was inside. A private investigator's report. Subjects: Phoebe and Haley Ward, females, ages 18 and 20. Photographs of attractive women, one pale blonde and another with light brown hair, like Juliet's. Another page. Subject: Meg Ward Gifford, which was her mother's name. Another photograph. She'd seen pictures of her mother before, one of the day her parents had met, another of her mother holding her as a baby. But this one showed a woman who looked older, more tired and worn down by life. Juliet froze. She continued reading, gleaning quite the education on the parent she'd thought was dead. The woman she'd believed her father had loved so unconditionally there hadn't been another female for him since. Instead, Juliet was reading that the woman had sold drugs, been incarcerated, and lost 2 children to foster care. The report had been updated periodically over the years, up through this past winter. The sisters, now 30 and 27, lived in a beach town in Connecticut called Rosewood Bay, and Meg, her mother, lived in a city not far from there. If Meg had other children, that meant those women were Juliet's sisters. Legs shaking, she lowered herself to the nearest chair, reeling from the news. Her mother was alive? She had siblings? Her father had lied to her all these years? Betrayal rippled through her. Her father, the one she'd given up her life for and trusted unconditionally, had been keeping the mother of all secrets, pun intended. She didn't know where to begin to sort through her emotions. Shock, for sure. Anger at her father, for certain. And a growing sense of excitement over the fact that she had family. For years, it had been just Juliet and her father. Lonely, but at least she'd had one parent, and he'd loved her in his own suffocating way. But to have sisters? Grown women who shared her blood, who were out there, did they know about her? According to the report, they'd been young when they'd entered foster care, ages 6 and 3. Juliet had obviously ended up with her father before they'd gone into the system, or she might have wound up there as well. She bit down on her lower lip, thinking, wondering why her father had withheld this information from her. Why not tell her the truth about her mother? Her sisters? Hadn't she deserved to know? Had he really taken his overprotectiveness this far? Or was there another reason he'd kept her in the dark? She spent the day nursing her anger, not taking the walk she'd planned, and definitely skipping the trip to her father's office. Instead, she researched her family on the internet. Phoebe was a realtor in Rosewood Bay, Haley an artist, a painter who had showings in New York City. So close, Juliet thought, and she'd had no idea. Tears formed in her eyes as she took in the pictures of her sisters on the screen. The 3 of them looked nothing alike, but the more she read about them, the more her heart filled, and she suddenly realized what that empty feeling in her life had been about all these years. The hole in her heart was where her sisters should have been. She waited until her father came home, meeting him in his office where he always stopped first. He placed his briefcase down onto his desk before turning to her.
Juliet, you didn't come into the office today. Are you feeling all right?
he asked, sounding concerned. She straightened her shoulders in preparation for the upcoming confrontation.
I'd like an explanation, she said,
holding out the folder she'd been reading and rereading all day. The papers trembled in her hands. He stared at the papers, shock on his face.
What were you doing in my safe?
That was his concern?
Looking for your wine journal so I could buy you a birthday gift.
She shook the folder at him.
Tell me something that makes sense. Give me a reason you'd tell me that my mother was dead, she asked, her voice rising.
He swallowed hard, his throat moving up and down, but she had to give him credit. He didn't flinch.
Would you rather I told you she was a drug addict?
He asked.
Because that's what she is.
Yes, considering it was the truth.
He met her gaze, no remorse in his eyes or expression.
I was protecting you from life's harsher realities.
And there it was, the reason she'd feared. Overprotectiveness was the cause for basing her life on a lie.
You weren't doing me any favors. I had a right to know. Was my mother a drug addict when you met her?
She asked, desperate for more information about the parent she'd never known. He shrugged, lifting his shoulders.
I don't know. She didn't seem to be at the time. We met at a bar I had gone to after a business dinner. She was there having drinks with a friend. One thing led to another. We got together a few times afterwards.
So she got pregnant by accident,
Juliet murmured, making an obvious assumption.
She saw a mark,
he said with a shake of his head, eyes narrowing, his gaze hard, the change taking her by surprise.
I never thought to discuss this with you, but if you must know, she supplied the birth control. I realized when she came to me for money because she was pregnant, she must have planned it, to the extent that one can plan such things. A desperate woman poking holes in a condom. Or at the very least, if it was an accident, she wasn't disappointed, because she'd figured out by then that I had money.
She didn't want to think through the specifics of her father's sex life.
But the fact is,
he went on,
she was a calculating bitch.
His voice was like ice. She'd seen him this cold before, when things didn't go his way in business, or when she fought him too hard to get her own way. Even so, she shivered at the toneless way he spoke to her, as if this weren't her past, her life, her mother he was discussing, but an inconvenience that annoyed him.
I paid her for a while, but when I realized you weren't in the kind of home you deserved, I made it worth her while to give you to me and go away, and I won't apologize for protecting you from her ever since.
Tears welled in her eyes at how he was missing the point, that it was all based on lies.
What about my sisters?
She asked.
You just left them with her?
They weren't my children,
he said simply.
So you walked away even though you just said she wasn't fit to raise me?
I met her when I was 26 and building my career. I took you, had to hire a nanny to change my life. There wasn't anything I could have done for them. As I'm sure you read, the state ultimately stepped in and took them away. I'm sure they were better off.
It was such a stark, brutal reality. The kind he'd been protecting her from for years, as he'd said. The irony was, he'd also protected her from the knowledge that he was just as cold as her mother apparently was. Juliet turned away, wiping her tears.
What about once I was an adult? Why didn't you tell me I had sisters?
Because for all I knew, they're no different than your mother.
She spun back to face him, horrified by that statement.
I looked them up. You had them investigated. You know they're accomplished women. You just wanted to keep me for yourself.
Locked away in this ivory tower, taking care of him and not living her own life, making her own decisions.
You've had a good life, haven't you, Juliet?
He asked, his voice softening.
You and I? Together?
His question cemented the truth she'd just come to accept. She realized now the extent of his selfishness. Because he'd gotten sick when she was 18, she'd let herself believe he truly needed her. But the fact was, he just wanted her around. She had no doubt he loved her, but his brand of love wasn't healthy.
You had no right to keep the truth from me, she said.
None. Without another word, she turned around and walked out of the room. Juliet didn't sleep that night. She tossed and turned, thinking of the fact that she had a family out there she didn't know. Her mother, well, there was every chance Juliet wouldn't want to know her, but her sisters? Her heart leapt at the chance to meet the two women, to find them, to have a family beyond her father and the walls of this penthouse. By the time the sun came up, shining into her room, she knew what she had to do. Rosewood Bay was waiting for her, and with it, the sisters she longed to know, and just maybe a brand new life. She took her time over the next few days, planning her next move. She had a difficult time finding an apartment in Rosewood Bay because summer rentals were all taken as it was late June, but she managed to find a one-bedroom furnished apartment in town. It sounded small, but she didn't care. She rented it sight unseen. She wanted to get a job, too. She didn't think her father would cut her off, but if she was going to make a stand, she might as well go all the way and be a self-sufficient adult. She'd worry about what kind of job when she got there. She was packing the things she needed in her suitcase when her father knocked on her door. "Come in." She didn't stop what she was doing, folding her summer dresses and placing them in the open luggage.
What are you doing?
The first hint of true panic since he'd been found out sliced into her father's voice. "I'm leaving." He rushed over, placing a hand on her suitcase.
Juliet, no. We can work this out. I want to make this right.
"You can't." The damage was done by withholding information about her family.
Be reasonable before you storm out. You've never been away from home alone, never held a job. What are your plans?
And whose fault is that? You've kept me dependent on you, but now it's time for me to be an adult, to meet my sisters and live my own life. She closed her suitcase and zipped it around before turning to face him. "I can promise you I will be perfectly fine."
I only ever had your best interest at heart. You have to know that.
He stepped back, a defeated expression on his face.
Would you consider taking a bodyguard?
He asked.
Someone to watch you from afar?
She snorted at that. "No, I'm an adult, and it's time you started treating me like one. I'm taking the summer for myself. I'll decide what happens at the end of August. Until then, please respect my privacy." He hesitated. Then, perhaps seeing the determination in her expression, hearing the certainty about her decision in her voice, he lifted a hand and stepped back.
Fine. I'll expect to hear from you, often.
She shook her head. "Sorry, Dad. You're not telling me what to do anymore." She hesitated, knowing he had a bad heart and not wanting to upset him more, despite how hurt and angry she was. "I know you love me," she said, voice softening. "And I love you. But it's way past time for me to be on my own."
So be it.
She narrowed her gaze, surprised at his capitulation. She'd expected him to turn his chilly anger on her, but he was letting her go without too much of an argument. Relief and excitement filled her soul. She was going to meet her family, experience everything she'd missed out on, and finally live her own life, for herself and nobody else. Legs up on his desk, Braden Clark disconnected the call he'd been on, surprised at the lengths some people would go to in order to maintain control of the people in their lives. But if Andrew Collins, New York City investment banker, wanted him to keep tabs on his daughter, who was coming to Rosewood Bay for the summer, Braden figured it was a job. A damn well-paying one, he thought, thinking of the number he'd quoted the man and how easily he'd agreed. It required hands-on work, which prevented him from handling something else at the same time, so it was only fair. Not to mention how much he needed the extra income, what with knowing he'd have to put his father into a nursing home soon, something he was loath to think about. "New job?" Mike Graham, his best friend and new partner, asked from his seat at the desk across from Braden's. Braden had taken over Clark Investigations from his dad, Jonathan, who'd had to retire due to his recent Alzheimer's diagnosis. Braden had returned a little over a year ago when his dad had started showing signs of forgetfulness, leaving his job with the NYC Police Department to come home. Needing a change of pace, Mike had come along and bought into the company, which was now known as Clark and Graham Investigations. This new case had come in as a referral from a Manhattan PI Braden knew from his days on the force.
"New and cushy job,"
Braden replied to his partner's question.
"Keeping an eye on some rich guy's daughter for the summer."
"How old is she? Under 18? That ought to be fun, hanging out at the cheap bars in town. Better you than me," he said, chuckling. At 30, they preferred the more upscale Blue Wall restaurant and bar to the cheaper kid hangouts closer to the beach. Braden shook his head.
"She's more like 26 years old."
Mike's eyes widened. And Daddy's still keeping tabs. Spoiled little rich girl coming to the beach for the summer, he guessed.
Sounded like it. Sheltered and first time out on her own.
He shrugged.
Doesn't seem like a difficult assignment.
Unless she's a troll. Mike smirked at the possibility.
He's sending a photo.
Braden pulled up his laptop and checked his email.
Yep, here it is.
He clicked to open the picture and sucked in a breath at the sight of the woman in the photo.
That bad?
Mike asked.
That good.
Braden let out a low whistle, feeling the kick in his gut again as he looked at the beautiful woman on the screen. Light brown hair, porcelain skin, and a delicate profile that took his breath away. She wore a tiara in the photo, obviously a picture from a party of some sort, and she looked every inch the princess from a fairy tale. His cock, dormant and, he thought, immune to women since his ex did her damage, stiffened behind his jeans. Well, damn.
You gonna show me?
Mike asked. Braden felt suddenly possessive of the photo and the woman in it. Reluctantly, he turned the screen toward his friend. Mike let out an appreciative whistle.
Damn, you're gonna have a fucking fun summer.
Braden scowled at him.
You know she's a job, and that means hands off.
Mike tilted his head back and laughed, hard.
Yeah, good luck with that.
His friend had a point. Just looking at the woman had his cock hard and ready. Ignoring the obvious attraction on paper wasn't going to be easy when he saw her in person. Still, he was a professional. He could handle the job. And the woman.
How's things with your dad?
Mike asked, changing the subject to one Braden really didn't want to discuss. But nothing could alter the painful reality that was his father's life. His life. Still, Mike meant well by asking.
He's holding steady. He can still be at home with Mrs. Mulligan next door looking out for him while I'm out.
She was a former nurse, and Braden paid her, though she'd offered to do it for free, knowing he was supplementing her income and helping himself out at the same time. He wanted to keep his dad at home for as long as possible, especially while he still knew who and where he was. Mike nodded.
Good. I hope it stays that way for a while. It'll be tough to have to consider nursing homes.
He nodded to the stack of pamphlets on Braden's desk. Braden had been looking into places so he'd be prepared when the time came. He just hoped to postpone the decision as long as possible. And it would be his choice, which hurt his heart. He was an only child and was close to his dad. He'd appreciated not having to share the father-son moments growing up, the trips they'd taken, the games they'd played. Except now, as an adult, he understood the value of siblings, of sharing the burdens. His mom was gone 10 years now, and dealing with his father's illness and care was all on him. And that was all he wanted, to dwell on his problems. He'd rather focus on work. His gaze zeroed back on the laptop screen and the more pleasurable part of his life, the job he had coming up. He'd have to find Miss Juliet Collins in Rosewood Bay. Despite the influx of summer visitors, it shouldn't be hard for him to locate someone new looking to find a job in town and fit in. Newcomers usually stood out. And with looks like hers, he'd at least enjoy the view for the summer, even if he had to keep his hands to himself. Chapter 2. Rosewood Bay was a beautiful town, with the smell of salt water in the air and the ocean in the distance. The storefronts were eclectic, as opposed to the generic businesses Juliet saw on Madison Avenue, and she fell in love with the town's charm on sight. Her apartment turned out to be located on top of the stores on the main street in town, with an entry from the back. She drove her BMW convertible, happy to be using the car she kept garaged in the city, especially grateful now that her father hadn't fought her too hard on getting her driver's license when she'd turned of age, despite not needing a car often in Manhattan. She parked in a small lot behind the stores and met up with her landlord to pick up her key. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach, the anticipation of everything new swirling inside her. She walked up the back stairs leading to the apartment, put the key in the door, and stepped inside. Although it was musty and small, a quick look around told her it was clean and had everything she'd need to make the place her home. A bedroom with a double bed and a nightstand, a TV stand with a cable hookup should she want a television, a living room with a sofa and table, a kitchen and a double set of stools where she could eat at a pass-through entryway. It was definitely a place in need of her decorating skills, but since this was a summer-only situation, at least for now, she didn't plan to overspend in order to make it habitable. She spent the rest of the day bringing up her suitcase, unpacking, then finding the nearest grocery store and stocking up on food and supplies. She opened the windows and dusted the apartment, making it livable. By the time she finished, she was exhausted, so she made herself a grilled cheese sandwich and fell into bed. As she was used to the noise of the city, honking horns, cars, and ambulance sounds, the silence around her was deafening in its own way, and it took her a while to fall asleep, despite being so tired. The next morning, she walked through town and came upon Grace's coffee shop with a help wanted notice on the storefront window. She took it as a sign and walked inside. There was a takeout section along with restaurant-type seating from which to choose, and the tables were already filled with customers. Large paintings of a variety of coffee cups hung on the walls. A middle-aged woman with raven-colored hair and blue eyes stood by the front counter and greeted her when she entered.
"Welcome," she said. "Would you like a seat, or are you going to order takeout?"
"Thank you. Actually, I'd like to inquire about the help wanted sign out front." The woman's expression perked up.
"Really? Do you have experience waiting tables?"
Worry mingled along with potential disappointment at the question. "No experience, but I have enthusiasm," Juliet said, knowing she probably came off as too eager. "I'm new to town and I need a job." She wouldn't starve and had access to the money she'd made working for her father, but if she was going to go into the real world, she wanted to grow up and find employment. The woman pursed her lips in thought.
"I'll tell you what. I'll give you a try, but if you break anything, it comes out of your paycheck." "Deal."
Juliet held out her hand, hoping she didn't end up owing more than she made while she got used to the work.
"I'm Juliet Collins. Grace Burrows. Nice to meet you."
The other woman shook hands.
"So how about we do paperwork later and I just throw you into the fire right away?"
As she spoke, she reached behind the counter and pulled out a white apron.
"I'd like that."
Juliet hadn't expected to start immediately, but why not? No time like the present, she thought.
"Come put your bag in the back and I'll give you a rundown of how things work around here. I'll be close by in case you have any questions."
Blowing out a deep breath, Juliet nodded. She could do this, she told herself, and followed Grace around the back of the restaurant. An hour later, Juliet wondered what she was thinking, pushing for a job where she had to balance coffee-filled cups on a tray and remained on her feet constantly. It was difficult, challenging work, and she definitely needed a good pair of sneakers. Although she was slow, she hadn't broken anything yet, and she counted that as a win.
"You're doing great," Grace said, "for a city girl."
Juliet grinned. She'd told Grace that she'd come from Manhattan just yesterday.
"I'm trying." "You have a customer. First booth."
Grace tipped her head toward the front of the restaurant.
"His name is Braden Clark, and he's a regular."
Juliet picked up the coffee carafe.
"I've got it. And he's a cute one. Single, too," Grace said with a wink. "So this is what small-town living is like. You know everyone?"
She nodded.
"And everyone gets to know you. Now shoo."
She waggled her fingers, indicating Juliet should head up front and serve her customer. She put a smile on her face and strode toward the first table, stopping short when she came upon him. He had thick, brown, wavy hair, with a strong jaw and hazel eyes, and Grace hadn't done him justice calling him cute. He was downright gorgeous. A navy t-shirt accented his muscular frame. He had to work out, given the flex and pull of his biceps as he picked up a glass of water and took a long sip. The men she knew in New York were flimsy compared to this hunky specimen. They wore suits their bodies didn't fill out and had weak facial profiles. This guy was everything she didn't know to want, but she was certain he'd be in her dreams from now on. She swallowed hard and approached, gripping the coffee pot in her hand.
"Good morning."
He looked up, and his eyes locked on hers. His mossy green-brown gaze bored into hers and held on so long the stare felt like a warm caress.
"Good morning to you, pretty lady."
At his gruff words, a warm flush rose to her cheeks.
"Coffee?"
she asked, lifting the carafe, her hand suddenly trembling.
"Sure, thank you."
She somehow managed to pour the liquid without spilling, but she filled the coffee too high and it seeped over the top, leaking first on the table and then onto his lap. He jerked as the hot liquid hit his pants.
"Oh my God, I'm so sorry."
She put the carafe down with a clatter, picked up the nearest napkin and began blotting his shirt and his lap, pressing down to soak up the liquid, only to come into contact with his hard, thick... "Oh!" She yanked her hand back, further mortified.
You could keep going,
he said, eyes twinkling with laughter. She wanted to crawl beneath the nearest table and stay there. I'm so sorry. Did it burn you? She asked, her cheeks flaming.
No, it must have been cooler than you realized. I'm fine, really.
Is everything okay here?
Grace asked, walking over, obviously concerned. Juliet stepped up, taking responsibility.
Just a little accident,
the man said.
It's no big deal.
A customer called Grace's name and she walked away, the incident forgotten. Juliet wished she could put it behind her as easily.
How about we introduce ourselves, considering you had your hand on my...
Juliet, she said quickly before he could finish his sentence. Juliet Collins.
Braden Clark,
he said with a knowing grin that made her weak in the knees. The man's impact was potent.
Nice to meet you, Juliet.
Same, she murmured. Now, can I get you a fresh cup of coffee?
That would be great.
She gently picked up the overflowed cup and headed for the kitchen, returning to him with an empty mug and a towel to clean the table. A few careful minutes of serving later, he had his coffee, and she was back to her duties, feeling his gaze on her as she worked. Braden got lucky. He'd started the day at his usual breakfast place and caught sight of Juliet Collins immediately. She stood out, and not just because she was new in town. She was beautiful and out of her element, serving coffee to patrons in the shop. Her clothes looked upscale, from the silky tank top to the dangling jewelry she'd tucked into the camisole to keep it out of the way while working. Everything about her movements was grace personified. That was, until she'd met his gaze. Then she'd become a shaky mess, and his crotch suffered the consequences. Though his dick appreciated her trying to mop up the mess. When her fingers had grazed his cock, all thoughts of spilled coffee evaporated as his dick registered a beautiful woman touching him. It had taken everything in him not to grab her hand and press it down onto his aching erection, but her blushing innocence told him she wasn't that kind of woman. Now that he'd located her, keeping an eye on her shouldn't be difficult. He just needed to find out more about her life here. He waited until she finished her shift and hung around outside the cafe until she walked out, purse slung over her shoulder, looking exhausted but no less beautiful. He caught up with her on the sidewalk and greeted her with a smile.
Hi.
She met his gaze, slowing to a stop and glancing up at him.
Hi,
she said warily.
Did you want something?
As a matter of fact, I was waiting for you to get out of work.
She narrowed her gaze.
Why, are you a glutton for punishment?
She asked wryly. He shook his head and grinned.
I think I'm safe now. You have no coffee in your hand.
Seriously, is there something I can do for you?
She asked.
It's more what I can do for you. I figured after a long day at work, you could use a hot meal.
She blinked up at him, heavily fringed lashes over deep blue eyes.
Why are you being so nice to me?
Why are you so suspicious?
He shoved his hands into his pockets and met her gaze, ignoring the tug of conscience, reminding him she had a right to be skeptical about his interest. She shrugged.
I'm from Manhattan. Not many people there are kind after you spill something on them, and they don't wait to take you out afterwards.
He nodded.
Well, this is a small town, and you're a pretty girl. I'm attracted to you. Is that a crime?
It wasn't a lie. She was a beautiful woman he couldn't help but desire. It was their circumstances that made this a fine line for him to walk. She was the daughter of a client who was paying him big money, and he couldn't afford to screw up the job with his interest in her. She blushed and shook her head.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
She bit down on her plump lower lip.
Dinner sounds good, but nothing fancy, okay? I'm exhausted, and I really just want to get home and pass out before I have to start serving all over again tomorrow.
He grinned.
Ah, the life of a working girl. It isn't easy,
he said, joking.
I'm finding that out. My feet are killing me. Is there a place to buy a good pair of sneakers around here?
There's an athletic store at the edge of town.
He pointed in the opposite direction of the beach.
I think it's open late if you want to hit it up now. There's a pizza place across the way, and it's within walking distance if you're up to it.
I'd better be, because I need a pair for tomorrow. My feet can't take another day in these flat shoes with no arch or cushioning.
Okay, then. A walk it is.
He redirected them, and they started toward the store he had in mind. He knew he didn't need to spend this kind of time with her in order to keep an eye on her, as per her father's instructions, but he needed to know her plans for the summer. And on that personal level he shouldn't feel, he was curious about this woman who'd come to town alone. He'd already checked her social media accounts, discovered she only had Instagram, and most of the photos were of newly decorated rooms with hashtags that explained they were her doing. He was impressed with her eye for color, he thought, interested in the many facets of this woman. They walked to the store, Braden pointing out the important shops to know in town, giving her the background on the owners of each. As they reached the athletic shop, he held the door open for her.
This is a family business. The Reeds have owned it for over 20 years,
he said. She stepped past him, and he caught a whiff of her sensual scent, not dulled at all from her long day of work, and his cock stiffened in his jeans. He might have misjudged the simplicity of this assignment, because around her he was hard all the damn time. He waited while she chose a pair of durable sneakers and paid with an American Express gold card. She was an enigma, this woman, with her expensive clothes and her contradictory job at a coffee shop that she appeared to need. A little while later, they were seated across from each other at the pizza place, which, for during the week, wasn't all that crowded yet.
"What's your favorite kind of pizza?"
he asked, settling her at a table before he went to the counter to order.
Plain's fine for me,
she said.
"Soda?"
Diet Coke, please.
He placed the order with Lou, the owner, and headed back to the table to sit with Juliet, bringing their drinks with him.
"So, tell me, city girl, what are you doing in Rosewood Bay?"
he asked. She rolled the paper down her straw and stuck it into the cup.
Are you sure you're interested?
"Very,"
he said.
Okay, remember you asked when you hear the drama-filled story.
He pinned her with a patient stare, waiting for her to begin. She blew out a deep breath before starting to explain.
A few days ago, I was looking through my father's private papers so I could find his wine journal and buy him a favorite for his birthday. Instead, I discovered a private investigator's report about my mother, who I thought passed away when I was a baby, and sisters I didn't know I had. Sisters who live here in Rosewood Bay,
she said, her voice emotional and shaky. He blinked in shock. He'd expected something frivolous, along the lines of her needing to get away for the summer, something that made it easy to consider her a spoiled princess from Manhattan that he couldn't possibly have a personal interest in. Instead, he discovered a vulnerable woman who'd been lied to and had a serious reason for coming here. He couldn't help but feel for her, and, damn it, be drawn to her even more.
"What did your father say when you confronted him?"
he asked.
That he was protecting me from life's harsher realities,
she said, using air quotes. She dropped her shoulders, the answer obviously saddening her.
Now I admit to being too sheltered for most of my life, but I thought I had the right to know about my own family. So I came here to get out from under his thumb and to meet my sisters. But before I do that, I wanted to be settled. I didn't want to show up on their doorstep with nowhere to go.
She had pride along with spirit, he thought, admiring her reaction. He'd had no idea her father was hiding such serious shit when he'd hired him. Not that the man's motives were relevant, he reminded himself. He was being paid to do a job. The reasons behind it, and the effect on the woman sitting in front of him, shouldn't matter.
"That's some story."
He placed his hand on hers, intending to offer comfort, but the jolt of electricity between them was strong. He cleared his throat, doing his best to ignore the attraction.
"It's a small town. Mind if I ask who your sisters are?"
She glanced at their entwined hands, a flush on her pale cheeks.
Phoebe and Haley Ward.
She glanced at him expectantly.
Do you know them?
He let out a low whistle at the names.
"Not personally, but..."
How did he say this delicately?
"Your family is pretty well known in town. The Ward estate is like a landmark."
Point in fact, they were wealthy as shit, something else that should be a strike against his growing attraction to her. He was solidly middle class. The money her family had was out of his stratosphere, making her out of his league. Even without her newfound family, he'd gotten the impression her father had high standards for the daughter he'd hired Braden to keep an eye on.
Really? What else can you tell me?
She leaned in closer, eager for more information.
"You have an aunt who's something of a philanthropist in town, giving money to worthy causes. And I know she pulled her nieces from foster care a decade or so ago. It was all people talked about at the time. I'd already graduated high school, and so I never met them, but they would be your sisters."
Juliet nodded, her expression so full of interested longing it was almost painful to see how badly she wanted to know about and meet her siblings.
I take it you thought you were an only child?
He asked gently.
Yes. I spent my life catering to my father's needs, more so when he had a heart attack about 8 years ago. I'd just turned 18. I went to NYU, but instead of living in the dorms the way I'd always wanted to, I stayed home to keep an eye on him because the doctors said he had cardiomyopathy, a weak heart. And I didn't mind, honestly.
Sounds like you love him a lot,
he said, knowing he could relate because he was doing the same for his dad now.
I do. But I also trusted him, and he betrayed that trust. I think he kept me so isolated from everyone on purpose, so I'd be there for him. So I left. Not without guilt, mind you, because I worry about his health. But I need to do this for myself, to meet my family and to see what it's like to be out on my own.
She cleared her throat. He didn't blame her for needing to find herself. While he'd been pulled back into his father's life in a way that disrupted what he'd thought would be his future with a woman he'd loved, he couldn't regret putting his father first. The man had earned his dedication, while she had not.
I know how ridiculous this all must sound, she said, unaware of his train of thought. I mean, I'm 26 years old, and Grace's is my first real job.
She suddenly blushed, tucking her hair behind her ear, obviously embarrassed.
But he kept me busy running his scheduling and joining him at dinner engagements with business associates. Occasionally I did some decorating jobs, both at home and for family friends. Mostly my father was a full-time job, what with his medications, doctor appointments, and parties.
You don't have to justify your life to anyone,
he assured her.
You sound like a good, devoted daughter.
And her father sounded like a selfish ass, manipulating her for his own needs. Just then, Lou brought over the pizza, placing it on a stand on the table. He returned with paper plates, silverware, and extra napkins.
Enjoy,
he said before returning to his place behind the counter.
Wow, I just unloaded a lot about myself,
she said as Braden served them each a slice.
What about you? What do you do for a living? She asked.
He paused with the piece near his mouth, caught off guard by the simple question.
I'm a private investigator,
he said, having decided honesty about himself was his best option.
A PI, that's interesting. So do you track down cheating husbands, keep tabs on people, that sort of thing?
Something like that,
he said, glancing away and taking another bite of his pizza. He chewed on the delicious, cheesy piece as he justified his actions to himself. He wasn't lying to her, not really. He was just going to make sure she was safe while she explored her boundaries this summer. No big deal. But it was. Because in the very short time he'd gotten to know her, there was a lot about her to like and admire. He wanted to watch her grow as she explored what it was like not to have any boundaries, and that was a dangerous thing given why he was sitting across from her now. And it wasn't just because he was interested in her as a woman, except he really, really was. After they finished eating, and he insisted on paying, they walked out into the warm summer air.
Where are you staying?
He asked.
I'm renting an apartment not far from Grace's, one of the units on top of the stores.
Sounds good.
She nodded.
It's small, but perfect for what I need for the summer.
I'll walk you. I'm parked nearby.
They strode back the way they'd come, her arm brushing his. For someone he'd just met, he was extremely aware of her, the sway of her hair, her touch and fragrant scent. His body registered everything about her, and he wondered if her skin was as soft as it looked, what that plump lower lip would taste like beneath his mouth, and what her sweet pussy would feel like clasped around his cock. And he now found it difficult to walk beside her, he thought, trying to focus on his surroundings and not the female by his side as he headed around to the back of the building and up the stairs to her apartment, his professional instincts being pushed aside for more dangerous, personal desires.
Thank you for dinner,
she said, turning to face him, keys in hand.
I enjoyed getting to know you.
She smiled, one that lit him up inside.
I appreciate you listening.
Go on in,
he said gruffly, gesturing toward the door and waiting until she was safely behind the walls of her apartment, where he couldn't reach for her, kiss her, back her up against the wall, slide his tongue into her mouth and press his cock against her soft flesh. She was that tempting. Apparently, Juliet passed Grace's test, because the next day, the woman handed her an apron and gave her more reasonable hours for the week than almost 8 hours a day on her feet. She bustled with the morning rush, met another waitress who hadn't been on yesterday, and the morning passed quickly. Soon it was the lunch customers, and when that ended, so did her shift. She wasn't the best waitress Grace had, something she figured out early on. She was slow with juggling dishes, and she found the rushes overwhelming. She stepped out into the sunshine to find Braden standing on the sidewalk. He wore a pair of snug-fitting jeans that hugged his thighs, another plain t-shirt, today's a light blue in color, and a pair of aviator sunglasses covering his eyes. The man was model hot and sexy as sin. She'd thought a lot about him as she'd tried to fall asleep last night, her head busy with everything that had happened on her first day in Rosewood Bay. He'd been the highlight, and considering she'd also gotten her first apartment and job, that was saying a lot.
Hi.
She shaded her eyes from the glare of the sun as she glanced at him.
Hi yourself,
He said with a welcoming grin.
Shift over.
She nodded.
How'd you know?
Because he'd obviously been waiting for her.
I called and asked Grace.
She blinked, startled.
You did? Why?
His wide smile revealed a dimple in one cheek.
Because I like you, city girl.
A warm, tingling awareness swept over her at his words. Because she liked him, too. Her romantic history consisted of one guy she'd snuck around with so as not to upset her father when she was 16, and the guy she'd lost her virginity to at 19, a rush job between classes in his dorm room. Since then, she hadn't met anyone who interested her, and she studiously avoided the men her father pushed on her because they were appropriate in his eyes, because they were stuffy and boring, and didn't make her heart race and her blood sing like Braden did.
So what's the rest of your day look like?
He asked.
I thought I'd drive by the Ward estate where my aunt lives, take a practice run. According to the paperwork I saw, my sisters have homes of their own. I need to work up my courage to contact any of them.
She shrugged, knowing it wasn't a well-thought-out plan. He placed an understanding hand on her shoulder, and her body buzzed at the innocent touch.
Want company?
He asked.
I know where the estate is. I can take you by.
That would be great.
She jumped at the chance to spend time with him, not to mention she liked the idea of not having to figure her crazy life out on her own.
Have you thought about how you'll handle introducing yourself?
He asked. She'd done nothing but think about how to approach them.
I definitely think in person is best.
He nodded.
And you're not ready today?
She shook her head.
I want to feel like I know them a little first, see where they live, build up my confidence. I have no idea how they're going to feel about a long-lost sister.
And she was worried they'd, she didn't know, resent her for some reason, while she couldn't wait to have family.
What do you say we go for a ride? I'll show you around town, take you to your aunt's estate, and ease your mind,
Braden offered.
My car's parked in the lot where I live. Want to take it?
Sure thing.
A short walk later, and they were in her convertible, top down, and Braden was giving her instructions to her aunts. The Ward estate was on the far side of town, and sat alone on a large stretch of land, surrounded by green grass and manicured shrubbery. It was, she thought, a far cry from the crowded buildings in Manhattan where she'd grown up. The mansion was huge, with pillars out front, a long distance from the drive with an open black wrought iron gate surrounding the property. She slowed the car and parked out front, wondering what it would have been like to grow up here, then quickly shut the thought down. Not even her sisters had been raised on the estate. Better she should wonder what their lives had been like in foster care. Because no matter how frustrated and hurt she was by her father's lies, she'd had a parent who loved her, albeit in his own suffocating way, and she'd grown up in luxury. She doubted her sisters had been so lucky, not until they'd been brought here by their aunt.
You're quiet. What are you thinking?
Braden asked. She rolled her shoulders, leaning one arm on the wheel.
I'm wondering about the kind of lives my sisters lived. I know, despite everything, I had it good.
Braden frowned.
That doesn't mean it was perfect. You can be upset with events in your life, even if your sisters had it rough. And for the record, you don't know that they did.
She blew out a long breath.
No, I don't.
Are you sure you don't want to go in? Ring the bell?
She gripped the wheel tighter.
Not today.
She wanted to see her sisters or her aunt looking her best and being emotionally prepared.
Where to now?
She asked. He shrugged.
You tell me.
He turned toward her.
When you thought about getting away for the summer, being on your own, what things did you want to do?
She leaned her head back and closed her eyes. I didn't think about more than getting away, but what would I want to do? She thought about all the things she'd never gotten to experience because her father needed her home, and about where she was now, what opportunities she had in this small town. She opened her eyes and met his gaze. I want to go to the ocean and put my feet in the water. I want to get drunk and dance at a bar. A naughty thought took hold, and she decided not to hold back. And I want to go skinny dipping at night. He let out a choked, startled sound, and his eyes zeroed in on her body, as if cataloging the individual parts, from her breasts down to her belly, her lower abdomen, legs, and toes, and imagining the sight of her naked.
I think all of that can be arranged,
he said in a gruff voice. Her cheeks flushed, but she held his gaze, because there was more going through her mind about what she wanted to do with her summer of freedom. Things that included exploring this man's very fine body, inch by inch, and ending her dry spell with Braden Clark. Chapter 3. Man, he was in trouble, Braden thought, glancing at the Spitfire driving the expensive convertible. He'd shown up today to meet her after work, drawn by a pull he couldn't deny, all the while convincing himself he was just doing his job, making sure she was safe while she was in his small town. Lying to himself. Now he was faced with her list of wants for the summer, and there was no way he was letting her loose alone, not to get drunk while some guy hit on her while she was vulnerable, and definitely not while she skinny-dipped somewhere she might get caught or someone else might see whatever was behind those fancy clothes. He took her back to her place after their trip to the estate and headed home to check in with his dad. He arrived to find Mrs. Mulligan, the widow who lived next door, sitting with his dad, a jigsaw puzzle spread on the cocktail table where Braden had left it from last night. She rose to her feet when Braden walked into the room. "Hi," she said, straightening her floral dress. As usual, she looked tidy, her long braided hair set in her usual style.
"Hi, Mrs. Mulligan. Dad."
He gestured to his father, Aaron. "How many times do I have to tell you to call me Lucy?" she chided gently. He shook his head at the refrain he was used to hearing from her.
"Old habits. I grew up next door to you, calling you Mrs. Mulligan."
She laughed. "Your father raised you to have good manners." He smiled his thanks at her before turning toward his father.
"How are you, Dad?"
"I'm fine, son. How are you? Easy cases?"
he asked. The fact that he knew who Braden was and what his occupation consisted of was a damn good thing, but he knew that could change at a moment's notice, as it sometimes did with his father's dementia.
"I had an easy day,"
he said, if he counted spending the day with a woman he wanted but couldn't touch easy.
"What about you?"
Mrs. Mulligan, Lucy, sat down by his father's side.
"As you can see, we're doing a jigsaw puzzle."
Something his father's occupational therapist had suggested to help stimulate concentration and boost his short-term memory. Plus, it was a good pastime they could do together. Braden wanted all the quality time he could get with his father now, while he remembered him.
"I can't find my glasses,"
Jonathan said, patting the seat beside him. He jumped up from his chair, agitated.
"My parents are going to be annoyed if I lost them again."
He began to rush around the room, frantic as he searched from sofa to table and back again. Braden's heart skipped a beat at the obvious reminder that things weren't as good as they'd seemed on first glance. Lucy shot him an understanding look as Braden headed over to his father.
"Dad,"
he said, turning the older man to face him and catching sight of his glasses perched on his head.
"Your glasses are right here,"
he said, lifting the frames and handing them to him. And then, so as not to upset him by reminding him his parents had passed away years ago, he said,
"You see? Nobody's going to be mad at you."
His father's shoulders slumped as he realized the frames had been somewhere obvious the whole time.
"Thanks,"
he muttered and walked back to the chair, sinking into one of the cushions.
"It's okay, Dad. I lose things all the time.
Except it doesn't mean anything when you do."
He turned back to the puzzle, ignoring those around him. Braden groaned, and Lucy put a comforting hand on his shoulder. She gestured to the front door, obviously indicating she was ready to go.
I'll walk you out,
Braden said. She picked up her purse.
Goodbye, Jonathan. I'll see you tomorrow.
Don't need a babysitter,
he muttered resentfully.
He doesn't mean it,
Braden said, not wanting to lose the woman who willingly came over to lend a hand so Braden could work. She patted his arm.
I know that, don't worry. Listen, there's a lasagna in the fridge for you to heat up for dinner. I had time while your dad was napping.
You didn't need to do that.
Well, I wanted to. I like being helpful. Ever since my kids moved out of state, I have no one to spoil.
She'd lost her husband over a decade earlier. Braden nodded.
Well, it's very much appreciated. If there's ever anything you need,
I know where you live,
she said with a grin. He watched her walk down the path and onto the sidewalk leading to her house before heading back inside.
Dad, we have lasagna for dinner,
Braden said, locking the front door. His father merely nodded, his attention on the puzzle pieces on the table. At times like these, he wished he had a sibling, someone with whom to share the burden of losing his father, while at the same time knowing it was better nobody else had to go through the slow but steady decline Braden was living with his dad. It also reminded him that he wasn't in the position to bring any woman into his life right now. His ex-fiancée had left him when his father began demanding more and more of his time, both at night and on the weekends. She claimed she hadn't signed up for the babysitting his father required. The more time Braden had spent at home, the more resentful she'd become, and she'd ended things. He wasn't sure he could blame her either. Alzheimer's was a long-term illness, and sometimes it could be 8 or more years from diagnosis to death, with a prolonged time spent in the most severe stage. And though eventually Braden would be forced to put his father in a home when he could no longer safely take care of him here, she'd wanted to hasten that day. He didn't. She also hadn't comprehended how that move would financially impact Braden and dictate what he could and couldn't afford to do in life. If she hadn't broken up with him over his time, money would have eventually driven them apart later. Emily's resentment had been real, even if she had broken his heart. Time had passed, and although he was over the shock and over her, he had no business obsessing about a new woman, especially one who'd spent her young life taking care of her own parent and was now embracing her freedom, not to mention the differences between them in wealth. Even if he wasn't working a case with her as the focus, she wasn't right for him, and he needed to stay away. Keep an eye on her as he was being paid to do, from a distance. Juliet didn't see Braden for the rest of the week. She worked her shifts at Grace's and kept expecting to walk out of the kitchen and see him at one of the tables in the restaurant or waiting for her outside, but he was nowhere to be found. She hated to admit how disappointed she was over the fact that he hadn't made time to see her again, and wondered if she'd turned him off by her honest talk about what she wanted to do with her summer of freedom. She frowned as she hung up her apron and said goodbye to both Grace and Tawny, the other waitress on shift.
"Wait up,"
Tawny said, catching up with her as she started to leave.
"Do you have any plans for tonight?"
Juliet shook her head.
"I don't know anyone in town. I was going to hang out at home." "Well, you know me. I'm going to the Blue Wall with some friends. It's the main bar to meet people. Want to come?"
Juliet nodded.
"I'd love to. Do you know where it is?"
Tawny asked. With a nod, Juliet said,
"I've passed it when driving around. What time? 8:30 work for you?"
"It does. I'll see you then." Juliet walked out with Tawny, parting ways on the sidewalk. She was planning to go home, but she passed a boutique with cute, chic clothing in the windows and decided to stop by and see if she could find something for tonight. An hour later, she headed up to her apartment, bags in hand. She knew it had been a frivolous purchase, but the fact was, she didn't have any appropriate bar clothes because the events she went to at home were dressier, and even her casual clothes screamed out of place. She had 2 pairs of jeans she'd been wearing to work, and she wanted something fresh and new and fun to go with her new life. She'd already decided to be brave and go see her oldest sister, Phoebe, on Sunday morning. She just needed to work up the courage, and she had the first part of the weekend ahead of her to do that. Tonight, she intended to cross one thing off her goal list. She'd get drunk and dance in a bar, even if she didn't have Braden by her side, as she'd hoped she would. Braden felt like a heel watching Juliet's apartment in case she went out for the night. He figured if she didn't leave by 10 p.m., he could head on home. Considering she didn't have any friends in Rosewood Bay, he was confident he'd have a somewhat early night. Except at 8:15, Juliet walked out of her apartment wearing a short black skirt, high wedge heels, and low-cut top that exposed the curves of her body and the swells of her breasts. This he saw from his position in his car in the far corner of the parking lot behind her apartment, and his body reacted immediately. His dick pushed insistently against the rough denim of his jeans, the hard state a permanent one around Juliet Collins. He called Lucy and asked if she could stay longer tonight to make sure his dad didn't wake up and wander, offering the use of his guest room if she wanted, because it looked like Braden was going out. To his surprise, Juliet got into an Uber car, which he followed to the blue wall. She climbed out of the vehicle, and he noticed he wasn't the only guy to take in her long, sexy legs and the sway of her hips as she walked into the bar side of the building.
I want to get drunk and dance at a bar.
Her softly spoken words echoed in his mind as he parked his car in the lot and headed inside, planning to save her from herself, from afar. He found a table in a dark corner, the music providing a steady, loud beat around him, and settled in to watch, ready to step in if necessary, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that because his determination to keep Juliet at a distance remained intact. Even he knew his attraction to her was a dangerous thing, to his case, the money he'd be getting from it, and most of all to his peace of mind, something he was holding on to by a thread. Juliet met up with a group of women by the bar. He recognized Tawny from Grace's coffee shop, along with friends of hers he'd seen before. Their night started harmlessly, the women talking and ordering drinks, Juliet sitting all ladylike, legs crossed, sipping her drink from a straw. If he'd come to the bar looking for some action, he'd have zeroed in on the classy-looking woman perched delicately on the bar stool. Nursing a beer, he began to relax, but just as he let his guard down, the bartender served the women a round of shots. Juliet looked at the glass hesitantly, then shrugged and tilted her head back, drinking down the contents in one gulp. She came up for air coughing, but when another round was ordered and a glass placed in front of her, she gamely downed the liquid, followed by a third one. Things went downhill from there as a group of guys walked over to the women, cocky and strutting around like they owned the place. When the other women paired off, Juliet let a blonde asshole pull her onto the dance floor. Braden clenched his hands into fists, but remained in his seat. He watched her dance, those gyrating hips moving in time to the rhythm. He gritted his teeth, yet managed to survive the song, until the asshole put his hands on her waist and pulled her against him, grinding his cock into the body Braden had already mentally claimed as his, despite all the warnings to himself to back off and keep his distance. Braden launched out of his seat and came up beside them, bracing a hand on the guy's shoulder.
Back off,
he growled, physically moving him away from Juliet.
Braden!
She exclaimed, clearly happy to see him.
What the fuck, man? We were dancing.
The other guy shoved at Braden's chest. Braden grasped Juliet's hand in his.
She's coming with me. Find another dance partner.
You came for me.
A drunk Juliet wrapped her arms around his neck, her fragrant scent a potent reminder of why he'd been trying to stay away. The other man frowned as he took in Juliet's excitement at seeing Braden.
Fine. I'm not looking to start with some other guy's bitch,
he muttered and sauntered off, presumably in search of someone else to grind with. Braden peeled her off him, keeping an arm around her waist as he pulled her back to his seat, which by some miracle remained free, with his beer still on the table. He eased her into the chair beside his and sat down. Instead of remaining where he'd put her, she immediately rearranged the seating, placing herself on his lap.
I haven't seen you in days,
she said, an adorable pout on her lips.
I've been busy,
he said gruffly.
Well, I missed you. You said you were going to help me with my summer of freedom.
She wriggled on his lap, and his cock thickened beneath her.
Your what?
He asked while bracing his hands on her hips, stilling her movement.
My summer of freedom. That's what I'm calling my time in Rosewood Bay. Tonight I got drunk and danced in a bar,
she said, sounding pleased with herself.
I can see that,
he muttered, his teeth still clenched because, though he'd stopped the shifting around, his dick still registered the fact that a warm, soft woman sat above him, and he wanted her.
I thought I was going to have to do it without you, but you came.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath warm against his skin, her breasts crushed against his chest. He grabbed her wrists from behind him and pulled her arms to her sides.
I think we should get you home.
But I'm having fun. Let's dance.
Jumping up, she grasped his hand, dancing in place while swinging his arm back and forth as she moved, her breasts swaying beneath her top. He shook his head.
I don't dance.
And he needed to get her to bed. Just the thought conjured images he needed to get out of his head. Juliet, his mouth on hers, kissing those pouty lips, moving lower, licking, nipping, tasting her puckered nipples for the first time before delving lower still, his mouth on her pussy, teeth on her clit as she screamed.
Braden, please, let's dance.
He shook his head hard to clear his dirty thoughts.
No dancing,
he gritted out.
Then let's get a drink.
She pulled him, urging him to his feet.
No more alcohol for you, and I'd rather get you home.
Fine.
She turned toward the bar.
Oh my God, that's Phoebe. That's my sister,
she said in awe, pointing to a woman with pale blonde hair in a business suit, talking to another woman with hair closer to Juliet's coloring, wearing a long floral dress.
And that's Haley.
How do you know?
He asked.
My father had pictures in his files. Oh my God, I have to go see them,
she said on a drunken squeal. Before she could take a step, he hooked an arm around her waist and yanked her against him.
What are you doing?
She asked, squirming to get free.
Stopping you from meeting them for the first time when you're completely plastered.
But they're here now,
she said on a whine.
Trust me, you'll thank me tomorrow. Come on.
He kept her in the crook of his arm, guiding her past the dance floor into the front exit, avoiding where her sisters sat by the bar. He managed to get her into his car's passenger seat, hooking her seatbelt before coming around to the driver's side for the short trip to her place. He helped her through the parking lot and up the long flight of stairs leading to her apartment. By the time he got her inside, she was yawning and stumbling. His city girl was a lightweight when it came to holding her liquor. The apartment was small and sparse, and he had the definite sense Juliet was used to much more luxury than this place offered. He had every intention of leaving her inside her front door, until she pulled him in along with her and kicked the door shut behind them.
Why don't you get ready for bed?
He suggested.
And I'll just go.
She cut him off, pressing her lips against his. The touch of her mouth short-circuited his brain, and he deepened the kiss, thrusting his tongue into her mouth, delving deep, tasting her for the first time. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pushed her breasts against his chest, her hands threading into his hair. His body throbbed with desire, the woman he'd been dreaming about finally in his arms. She kissed him back with equal intensity and fervor, her tongue tangling with his. Arching into him, she ground her hips against him, his throbbing erection hard and painful. He wanted her, but the rational part of his brain was telling him she was drunk, and it wasn't the right time to take things any further. His cock cursed his brain as he grasped her hands and lowered them to her sides and stepped back, putting distance between them. And with that distance came the realization that no time would be the right time to take her to bed, no matter how much he desired her. There were too many obstacles in his path.
What's wrong?
She asked. He looked into her glassy eyes, and gentling his tone, he said,
You're drunk, and I'm too much of a gentleman to take advantage. Not that I don't want to.
He couldn't leave her with the impression that he didn't want her.
I'm not that drunk.
She took a step back and tripped, quickly righting herself, but not before he got a glimpse down her shirt of her lush breasts pushing up against her lace bra.
And I beg to differ. You gonna be okay if I leave?
Because he couldn't handle helping her undress and leaving her alone in her bed. That would be too difficult for even a gentleman like him. She pouted a little, but nodded.
I'll be fine. Before you go, can I ask you a favor?
She nibbled on her lower lip, nerves showing.
Sure thing.
Well, I'd already decided I want to go meet my sister on Sunday. I picked Phoebe because she's the oldest. Anyway, I'm hoping she'll be home, but I'm nervous as hell. Come with me?
She reached out and took his hand, seeming more sober now than she had minutes before. He couldn't say no. Not when she asked with so much raw honesty behind the request. And not when she was trusting him to help her through such a life-changing moment.
Sure thing. Give me your cell and I'll leave you with my number.
A few minutes later, he'd input the digits into her phone, and she was walking him to the door.
I'm so lucky I found you when I moved here. Otherwise I'd be all alone, and you've been such a good friend, she said.
He wanted to be more. He cleared his throat.
Just call me and we'll go on Sunday morning,
he said, not addressing her comment because he was feeling suddenly guilty about all he was hiding.
Thank you, Braden.
She rose to her tiptoes and kissed his cheek, her lips warm on his skin, her scent digging into his bones.
My pleasure,
he said gruffly before turning and walking out the door. She closed it behind him. He placed a hand on the door, his thoughts on the woman inside. He didn't want to be lying to her about why he was spending time with her, though the truth was he'd be here for her regardless, because already she was so much more to him than a job. Braden had a difficult time sleeping, and it wasn't because he heard his father pacing and shuffling in the room next to his. He couldn't get the memory of Juliet's kiss out of his mind, his cock erect, the feel of her soft and willing in his arms still driving him insane with desire. He kicked off the covers and wrapped his hand around his aching cock, stroking up and down, all the while thinking of her lips, not on his mouth, but wrapped around his dick. He closed his eyes and continued to pump his hand, pretending it was her pouty mouth and tongue, not his hand, doing the work. It didn't take long for the tingling to begin in his balls and work its way up to his spine. He came hard in his hand like a teenager in need of a morning fix, and it came nowhere near satisfying his need for the woman on his mind. She was such a contradiction, innocent in the most basic of ways, yet capable of seducing him with little effort. Never had a woman impacted him this way so quickly, not even Emily, and of course he'd wanted his fiancée. But there was something more about Juliet that got under his skin, the need to be near her, to protect her, growing stronger. All the while, the omission of the fact that he was working for her father stood between them. Between his personal life, which was teetering on the verge of disaster due to his father's health, and his professional one, which he was fucking up with every breath he took near Juliet, he was still tense. Climax be damned. Chapter 4. Juliet changed her clothes 4 times before settling on a flowing pale pink skirt, a tucked-in cream camisole, and gold sandals to wear when she knocked on her sister's door and introduced herself. Luckily, she'd had a full day to recuperate from her night of drinking before having to face her life. She was mortified by the way she'd behaved, and she almost wished she couldn't remember the events of the night. Grinding with a stranger on the dance floor, which thank God Braden had saved her from, and throwing herself at her rescuer back in her apartment, kissing him for all she was worth. Her cheeks flamed at the memories she had no choice but to deal with. He'd be knocking on her door any minute to pick her up as they'd arranged via text. She hadn't had the nerve to call him directly. Another thing to add to her embarrassment, recruiting Braden to accompany her to meet her sister. Not that she didn't need the moral support, she did. But did he want to come, or had he felt put on the spot or obligated to help? A few minutes later, the knock sounded, and she let him in. "Hi," she said, stepping aside so he could enter. In a pair of dark jeans and a white-collared polo shirt, he looked as hot and sexy as ever. He paused in the entryway, his gaze raking over her, lingering as he spoke.
You look amazing,
he said in a gruff voice. Thank you. She'd even spent extra time on her makeup, wanting to make a good impression on the sister she'd never met. I'm ready, just let me grab my bag and keys. She started for the bedroom, then paused and turned around. Are you sure you don't mind coming with me? Because if I pressured you the other night or put you on the spot in any way...
I want to come,
he assured her.
I don't mind holding your hand, so to speak.
Okay, she said, letting out a slow breath. Thank you. She went and retrieved her purse and keys, and she put the most recent detective's report into her handbag for proof should Phoebe ask, then headed back into the main living area. Do you want me to drive? She asked.
If you're asking if I mind going in your convertible, the answer is hell no, let's take it.
She grinned and handed him the keys. My stomach is in knots, why don't you drive it? He palmed the keys, and they were off. She barely remembered the walk down the long stairs from her apartment, or the drive to the address she'd found on paperwork from her father's files. Speaking of her father, she'd ignored quite a few calls from him, wanting this time without his voice or influence ringing in her ear. She already knew what he thought of her summer excursion. She didn't need to hear him go off again on why seeking out her family wasn't necessary, as she already had everything she needed in her life. Braden pulled the car up to a modest but lovely ranch-styled home, which surprised her considering the size of the Ward estate.
Are you ready?
Braden asked her. Drawing a deep breath, she nodded. Let's do this before I chicken out. She stepped out of the car and, with Braden by her side, made what felt like a long walk up the driveway and across the path to the front door. With shaking hands, she rang the bell and waited some more. She glanced at Braden, who shrugged. She was about to ring again when the door opened and her beautiful platinum blonde-haired sister stood in the doorway.
"Can I help you?"
Phoebe asked.
Hi. My name is Juliet."
She ran her tongue along her dry lips.
"Juliet Collins. I'm your sister."
The color drained out of Phoebe's face, and she grabbed for the doorframe beside her.
"Juliet?"
she asked in a shocked voice.
"Oh my God. I never thought I'd see you again."
"Again?"
"I was 6 when you left. I remember you as a baby."
Her voice cracked, and Juliet found herself pulled into her sister's arms, Phoebe crying a combination of happy and shocked tears, and Juliet's flow soon following. For all the ways she'd thought this meeting might go, Phoebe's unmitigated happiness had never factored into the equation. Juliet had been too afraid to hope for a welcoming reaction.
"How did you find me?"
Phoebe asked, stepping back, her eyes smeared with makeup stains.
"It's a complicated story, really." "Well, come in and tell me."
She looked over, realizing Juliet wasn't alone.
"I'm sorry, I was so excited I didn't realize you had someone with you."
Braden stepped forward.
"I'm Braden Clark, a friend of Juliet's,"
he said.
"I wanted moral support,"
she admitted, embarrassed now in light of the welcoming reception.
"I can go and come back when you're ready to leave,"
he offered, taking a step back. Juliet shook her head.
"No, you can stay, if Phoebe doesn't mind." "Of course not. Jake, my husband, is inside. I'll get him and we can talk."
She led them into the house, Braden by her side. A tall man with black hair and broad shoulders met them in the entryway. He was extremely good-looking and well-built, and if she hadn't been completely gone over the man who made sure she wasn't alone for this journey, she might be jealous of her sister.
"Company?"
he asked, stepping up to his wife and placing an arm around her shoulders.
"You aren't going to believe this,"
Phoebe said, swiping at her eyes.
"Jake, this is Juliet."
"Juliet? Your sister, Juliet?"
he asked, disbelief in his voice. Phoebe nodded.
"He knows about me?"
Juliet stared between Phoebe and Jake, her heart swelling in her chest.
"She talks about wishing she could find you all the time, especially around our wedding this past December,"
he said. Phoebe nodded.
"Haley and I never knew your last name, so we had no way of searching for you."
Phoebe blinked, then said,
"Haley, I have to call her. She's not going to believe it."
She ran for the other room, Juliet assumed, to get her phone and make the call. Jake introduced himself to Braden and then asked,
"Well, why don't we go into the family room?"
He gestured toward the back of the house. They settled in a room with windows overlooking the woods in the background. Phoebe returned, and while they waited for Haley, Phoebe showed Juliet her wedding photos, not wanting to hear Juliet's story until the sisters were all together. Juliet still trembled inside, and she was grateful for the silent but steady support Braden offered her by just being there. She didn't know many men who would stand up beside a woman they'd just met, and she appreciated that he had. They were discussing the fact that Juliet had moved to Rosewood Bay for the summer when a knock sounded, followed by a female voice.
"What's so important that I had to drop everything and come over?"
Haley stepped into the room, wearing a paint-splattered sundress.
"Oh, you have company."
She blushed.
"I didn't mean to just rush in and interrupt, but what's going on?"
Phoebe rose to her feet and walked over to her sister, putting an arm around her.
"Haley, this is Juliet."
She gestured to where Juliet sat on the sofa. She stood, her legs shaking.
"Hi."
"Juliet,"
Haley said in disbelief.
"Our sister, Juliet? Are you sure?"
she asked, her voice rising in disbelief.
"Well, she was waiting for you so she could explain how she found me, but I feel the connection, don't you?"
Hesitantly, because obviously she was the less trusting sister, Haley turned to face Juliet.
"I have a private investigator's report that shows my father searched for you both," Juliet said. "I know it doesn't prove we're sisters, but my father says we have the same mother," she said softly.
Haley studied her face for a long while before her expression crumbled and she broke into tears. For the second time in under a half an hour, Juliet found herself in a sister's embrace. She hugged her back, feeling the warmth and love emanating from Haley. How did this happen? Haley stepped back, sniffing and wiping her eyes with her hands.
You should both sit, Phoebe said, and let Juliet tell us everything.
Juliet twisted her hands together, knowing how badly this story was going to reflect on her father, yet she had no choice but to tell the truth. She drew a deep breath. As if he knew the nerves eating away at her, Braden put his hand on her knee, his touch warm, and she took comfort in his steady presence beside her.
When you're ready,
he said, giving her permission to pull herself together first.
I'm good.
She shook her hair off her shoulder and began.
I was raised as an only child. My father told me that my mother passed away when I was young, and I had no reason not to believe him. He also told me they were madly in love, and that's why he never moved on with another woman after she died.
All eyes in the room remained on her, intent and curious.
Last week, I decided to get my father a bottle of his favorite wine for his birthday, and I went looking in his private safe and found the private investigator's report I mentioned earlier.
She bit down on her bottom lip.
I discovered my mother was alive, and her history, which I knew nothing about.
She spoke delicately because she didn't know what her sisters knew about their mother.
You mean you found out she's been in prison for using and selling drugs?
Phoebe asked, not avoiding the harsh truth. Jake settled her with a hand on her shoulder, pulling her against him.
Yes,
Juliet whispered.
Do either of you keep in touch with her?
In her heart, Juliet still wanted to meet her mother. How could she not desire something so fundamental to who she was? Yet her mother's history had her wary of actually doing so. A look passed between Haley and Phoebe before Phoebe turned to her and said,
She came back into our lives for the first time last year. By then, our Aunt Joy had told us the down and dirty truth, that she'd given you to your father in exchange for cash and lost us to the state due to neglect.
She paused to let those pieces of information sink in.
I didn't know about the money,
Juliet whispered, horrified, her stomach cramping at the knowledge. Haley leaned forward in her seat.
She told her sister the truth when she was arrested years ago, she explained. That's when Aunt Joy came to take us home, but our mother never mentioned your last name. She refused to discuss it, and we couldn't find you without it.
Juliet swallowed past the lump in her throat.
I wonder.
She cut herself off, the thought going through her mind making her physically ill. But it was possible, and she forced herself to say the words.
I wonder if my father still paid her to stay away, and that's why she didn't give up my last name. So she wouldn't lose the money source? Very possible,
Phoebe said.
Very likely,
Haley muttered.
She stole something from me last summer when she was pretending to want a relationship. I strongly suggest you don't have anything to do with her.
Everything in Juliet rebelled at the notion of never knowing her other parent.
But shouldn't I at least meet her? She's my mother,
Juliet couldn't help but say, hating that she sounded like a little girl with the question.
No,
both women said at the same time.
Haley felt that way,
Phoebe explained.
She gave our mother a chance, and all she did was break her heart.
Juliet swallowed hard, accepting the painful truth.
Okay.
She believed them and trusted their experience, yet she couldn't help but hurt knowing that her mother was alive, but she'd never see her.
You mentioned you had PI information on us?
Phoebe asked. Juliet nodded.
I do, and I would apologize for my father, but I can't because he's not even sorry. And those reports led me to you, so I'm grateful he had them.
She patted her bag, which held the documents.
Did he say why he never told you about us?
Haley asked, sounding sadder than she did angry. The answer to this would hurt them, and she didn't want to do that.
He had a need to keep me all to himself,
she said, taking the most important part of his reasoning. They didn't need to know he questioned their character when that had just been an excuse to keep Juliet by his side.
Did you have a good life?
Phoebe asked.
Yes, a lot sheltered, and my father is definitely overprotective, but he loved me in his own way.
Juliet swallowed hard.
Did you? I know you were in foster care for 10 years, and if I'm prying, we had very different experiences,
Phoebe said.
And there's now plenty of time to get into details. Let's stick to the happier things for now. Tell us about what you're doing this summer.
Taking the cue not to push, Juliet smiled and described her one-bedroom above the stores on the main street in town and her job at Grace's. They talked some more, and finally they ran out of conversation for now. Juliet didn't want to overstay her welcome, which had been so much more than she could have hoped for. She rose to her feet, and Braden stood too. He'd been such a trooper, sitting with her while she caught up with her sisters. She owed him for being so patient. She waited until they'd all said goodbye and were outside before she turned to him.
Thank you. I can't begin to tell you how much today meant to me, and I'm so grateful you were by my side when I met them for the first time. I really wasn't prepared to do it alone.
He met her gaze, warmth in his eyes.
My pleasure, though I have to say you hit the jackpot with family. They were beyond happy to meet you.
I know.
She clasped her hands together, excited and wanting to celebrate today in some way.
Now that you did the obligatory family gathering, what do you say to doing something fun?
Such as?
Go to the beach. We could get lunch, lie in the sun, dip our toes in the water,
she said, laughing. He groaned.
I wish I could, but I need to get home.
She tilted her head to one side.
Really? But it's such a nice day. Come on, let's go have fun.
Juliet.
He clasped her hands in his.
I need to get home to my father. He has Alzheimer's, and he needs me to watch out for him,
he said, obviously revealing something painful. She blinked up at him, shading her eyes from the sun with one hand.
I'm so sorry, I had no idea.
He rolled his shoulders in a shrug.
It's fine. I should just get home to him and not go hang out on the beach.
She nodded, startled by his abrupt tone, but she knew this couldn't be easy for him to discuss.
Okay, I understand.
I'm sure you do, because you spent so much time looking out for your father. But just because I can't go doesn't mean you shouldn't. You should enjoy the day.
She shook her head, not wanting to go to the beach alone. She hesitated, then asked,
Can I do anything? Come back with you? Help in any way?
He appeared startled at the question, his eyes opening wide.
Don't you think you've spent enough time taking care of others? You should be out living life.
What kind of friend would I be if I didn't want to help you in return for what you did for me?
I won't ask you to do that. Come on, let's go back to your place so I can get my car.
She frowned, but followed him to her vehicle, wishing he'd let her help him with his family in the same way he'd aided her with her own. Braden wished he'd gone to the beach with Juliet, and not just because he'd wanted to spend more time with her, see her in a tiny bathing suit and watch her dip her toes in the water, but because, as the afternoon went on, his father began sundowning, the doctor's term for the increased agitation his dad experienced as the sun went down and the day ended. Sunday had been a particularly bad day for him, and his pacing and agitation were high, and he was disoriented, thinking he was in his parents' house and not understanding why they weren't at home with him. Braden had put on calming music and joined him to work on the puzzle they kept on the living room table, which seemed to relax him after a while. By the time Monday rolled around, to say that going to work was a relief was an understatement. He walked into the office to find Mike already at his desk.
Good morning, partner,
Mike said, greeting him with a grin.
Yes, it is.
Braden was determined to start fresh with a decent attitude. It was the best he could do these days, not linger on a bad night before.
What's on your agenda today?
He asked Mike, who had his feet up on his desk.
A potential cheating spouse and some insurance fraud. You? Keeping an eye on your girl?
A knowing grin edged the corners of his mouth. Braden frowned at his partner's phrasing, mostly because he wished he could think of Juliet as his. Instead of having the woman he desired in his bed, he was making do with his hand, which was a damn poor substitute for Juliet herself. But not pursuing her had been his choice, one he'd made with her well-being in mind. He glanced at Mike.
She's not up to anything that necessitates me watching her 24/7. I can help you out with some of our other cases and keep an occasional eye on Juliet at the same time.
Braden figured she couldn't get into trouble at the coffee shop or visiting with her sisters. He'd worry about the beach on the weekends when she wasn't working and more likely to head to the water.
If you say so, Mike said. Want to take the insurance case and I'll take the cheating dickhead?
When Braden nodded, Mike passed him a folder with the case information. The phone on his desk rang and he answered on the first ring.
Clark and Graham Investigations. This is Andrew Collins. I'd like an update on my daughter.
The voice on the other end said, making it sound more like an authoritative demand. Braden leaned back in his chair and groaned.
She's fine, adjusting to life here.
He hated the notion that he was spying on her and reporting back to her father when Braden knew she was in search of her independence above all other things. But he'd been hired before he knew her, and he was committed to informing her father of the information he was paying for.
She has an apartment in a safe area, a job at Grace's coffee shop, and...
Braden hesitated, then decided on the truth.
She met her sisters. Just great,
the man muttered.
She'd be better off at home in New York where I could keep an eye on her myself. She's 26 years old and more than capable of living her own life,
Braden wanted to tell the man. Instead, he said,
She's healthy and happy, Mr. Andrews. That's what you're paying me to make certain of. Keep doing your job. Keep an eye on her. She's naive.
Before Braden could respond, Andrew Collins disconnected the call. Frowning, Braden glanced at the receiver before hanging up the phone.
Daddy's checking on his princess?
Mike asked.
Yep, he doesn't like that she's out on her own.
Braden shook his head, not understanding the man wanting to stifle his adult daughter.
You sure you don't want to go keep an eye on her today? I can do double duty on both cases,
Mike offered.
No.
Braden knew he couldn't give her much, but the least he could do was give her freedom. Even if she didn't know it, going to her on the heels of being instructed to watch over her by her father felt all kinds of wrong. He'd touch base later in the week, when he wasn't feeling so damned guilt-ridden at the thought of all but spying on her and reporting back to her father. A week had passed since Juliet showed up on Phoebe's doorstep, and in that time, her life in Rosewood Bay had changed drastically. She spoke to Phoebe and Haley almost daily, had dinner with each of them alone so they could catch up and get to know each other as individuals, and she'd been introduced to Aunt Joy, their mother's sister, who had taken Phoebe and Haley out of foster care and into her home. She learned that Phoebe was a mother to a 12-year-old boy, Jamie, whom she'd had when she was just 16, and that she had reunited with Jake, Jamie's father, just last year. Juliet had met her nephew and liked him a great deal. She discovered Phoebe's time in foster care had been decent for the most part. Haley's, not so much. Her middle sister didn't want to discuss specifics, which Juliet respected, but she knew Haley hadn't had a good childhood, and it broke Juliet's heart. It made her resent her own parent for the choices he'd made, because in her heart she believed he could have tried to take her sisters too, or at least looked out for them. All the while, she wondered why she hadn't heard from Braden. Once again, he was keeping his distance. She understood he had to take care of an ailing parent. After all, she'd been in his shoes, and she comprehended his priorities. But a week had passed, and she wasn't happy with his mixed signals that occurred when they were together, and when they weren't. And she might not have much experience dealing with the opposite sex, but she had enough self-respect not to contact or chase after him. Even if he'd just wanted to be friends, he could keep in touch with her, and he chose not to. She knew how to take a hint, even if it hurt her feelings. She was growing her life here in town, loving getting to know her siblings, and enjoying her new existence. She didn't need Braden to make her feel complete, but she missed him anyway. Chapter 5. Juliet had been invited to Haley's house on the beach for an informal welcome-to-the-family party. A warm feeling enveloped her, because her new family had embraced her, no questions asked. She was getting to know the women well in a short time and enjoying everything about them. The morning of the party, she headed to the floral shop in town to pick up a gift for Haley and her husband to thank them for their generosity. Inside was a small, pretty shop with a variety of plants surrounding her, along with a fragrant smell of flowers permeating her nose. The woman behind the counter looked to be around her age, with wavy brown hair, chestnut highlights, and pretty brown eyes.
"Welcome,"
she said.
"How can I help you?"
"I'd like to buy a gift for my sister," she said, still getting used to the word and the fact that she had two siblings.
"I'm going to a party this afternoon at her house, and I want to say thank you. I'm just not sure what to bring. She lives on the beach, if that helps."
The woman smiled.
I'm going to a party on the beach later today, too, she said conversationally. You said it's at your sister's? The party I'm attending is for a new family member. My sister-in-law, Haley, just met up with her long-lost sister. Might you be her?
Small-town life, Juliet mused.
Yes, I'm Juliet Collins. And you are? Andrea Harmon, Kane's, Haley's husband's sister, but you can call me Andy. And it's a pleasure to meet you. I can't tell you how excited Haley is. I haven't seen her like this since I met her. From what I understand, they thought they'd never find you.
Juliet nodded, buoyed by the thought that Haley was as excited by their new relationship as Juliet herself was.
I found them,
she explained, and she couldn't deny it was a blessing, even if it had badly hurt her relationship with the parent who'd raised her and had tried to make her believe he was the only family she had. Andy leaned forward on the counter.
Well, however it happened, I'm glad things worked out. I'm looking forward to getting to know you. Now, for your gift, what about an orchid?
She gestured to the tall, long-stemmed flowers inside the refrigerated case.
Yellow ones symbolize friendship and new beginnings, and that's what you're doing with Haley.
Juliet smiled.
Sounds perfect, thank you.
While Andy prepared her order, they talked about Rosewood Bay and the things to do there during the summer.
There's an upcoming annual festival, Andy said. It's fun. All the local vendors open booths outside on the main street, which is right in front of our shop, and there are cool food booths with delicious treats like fried dough and cotton candy. You should go.
Juliet nodded.
Considering I live above the stores there, it'll be easy to stop by.
Andy smiled.
Good, I'll look for you, and I'll see you this afternoon, she said with a smile.
After Andy wrapped the bottom of the flower with matching cellophane and rang up the sale, Juliet left with the gift in hand. A few hours later, she approached Haley's house, walking up the front walk. The door was partially open, and Juliet stepped into her sister's gorgeous beachfront home. She'd been told the house was a gift from her aunt during a rough time in Haley's life. Her sister had been more of a loner before she met her husband, a result of childhood trauma and pain. The house had been a place she could get lost in her painting. Their aunt was a generous woman, having let Phoebe stay in the guest house on the property with her son for years before she reconnected with Jake, married, and moved in with him. Phoebe paid a portion toward rent, but only because her pride had demanded it. Aunt Joy had saved both women, and even Juliet was grateful to her for all she'd done for her siblings.
Juliet!
Haley met her in the entryway, giving her a big hug, a small, furry black dog following at her ankles. Juliet bent down to give Monty, as she knew his name was, a head scratch before standing again.
I was just going to get appetizers from the oven. Everyone is outside.
Haley gestured through an open-concept living room area. Full windows were on the far wall, providing an incredible view of the water beyond. An easel and paint sat in the corner of the room, obviously her sister's work area, and pieces of her art adorned the walls, bright-colored abstracts that took Juliet's breath away. She knew Haley sold paintings through a gallery in Manhattan now, with some of her pieces being at Glazier's Gallery in downtown Rosewood as well.
Here.
Juliet handed Haley the flower.
Thanks for having me today, and for throwing the party in my honor. I'm just so glad to be here.
Haley accepted the orchid.
It's beautiful, she murmured. You didn't have to get me anything, but thank you. I'll put it on the table in the living room where everyone can see it, she said, kissing Juliet on the cheek. Now go join them. It's not a party without the guest of honor.
Juliet walked through the house to the sliding glass doors and stepped outside, the scent of the ocean hitting her first, followed by the rhythmic sound of the waves rolling against the shore. She glanced around, seeing faces she recognized. Phoebe was with her aunt and Andy, who Juliet had met earlier today. Jake and his son Jamie were talking to Kane and another young boy she didn't know. And to her surprise, Braden was standing with the men, talking to them as if he'd known them forever. At the sight of him, her breath caught in her chest. He wore a pair of khaki cargo shorts and sneakers, a white t-shirt that revealed more muscles than it hid, along with the aviators on his eyes. The man was sex on a stick to her. She looked at him and she wanted him, her entire body reacting, waves of desire lapping at her despite the deck full of people. As if sensing her, he looked over and met her gaze. She knew, despite the sunglasses, his eyes were locked on hers, causing a more immediate reaction. Her nipples tightened under his prolonged stare, and her sex gave a small pulse of need. But at the same time, hurt and anger at being ignored welled up in her throat, and she turned away, heading for the women, ignoring him as best she could. She joined the group just as Haley returned, placing a tray of appetizers on a table beneath an outdoor umbrella. Juliet said her hellos to everyone, and when she had the chance, she pulled Haley aside.
Is everything okay? Her sister asked, obviously concerned.
What's Braden doing here?
She didn't mean to sound as if she had a right to dictate who Haley had invited to her party, but she'd been taken off guard because she knew he hadn't known anyone here until he'd met them for the first time with Juliet. Haley blinked, surprise at the question etching her features.
I invited him so you'd have a friend here, because you brought him with you to meet us for the first time, and I thought maybe there was something more between you guys. Was I wrong? I'm sorry, I just assumed without asking you.
Blowing out a long breath, Juliet shook her head.
I'm sorry, it's fine. It's just that things between Braden and me are complicated.
She didn't know how else to explain it. Haley gnawed on her bottom lip before saying,
I know about complicated, believe me. Just ask Kane what I put him through before finally getting my head on straight.
Is that what's wrong? You're confused about him or any relationship you might have? She asked, like an older sister would. Like a sibling who'd known her sister her entire life and had no problem poking into her personal relationships. And Juliet loved that Haley felt comfortable enough to do so already. She didn't find it easy to talk about herself or Braden. It wasn't like she'd had close girlfriends or anyone to really confide in for the better part of her life. But, she told herself, she had Haley and Phoebe now. She might as well get used to it.
It's not me who's confused, she said, unless you count me being at a loss as to why he blows hot and cold with me. 1 minute he's with me and interested in me and my life, and then he's pulling away and I don't hear from him for a week or more. It's disconcerting.
I don't like the whiplash, she muttered. Haley placed a comforting hand on her arm.
If I can give you any advice, it's this. Talk. Be open and honest with him. The worst thing you can do is hold things back. I did that with Kane because I was scared to let anyone get close to me. Maybe Braden has his reasons, and you deserve to know what they are, but he wouldn't be here for you today if he didn't want to be. Nobody twisted his arm to come.
Juliet nodded at her sister's sage advice.
I'll let him know how I feel, all right.
She wasn't about to allow him to play with her feelings, because even if that wasn't his intent, it was the end result.
Juliet!
Phoebe walked over, and Juliet was glad the conversation about Braden was over. She didn't care to repeat her issues, though she was sure Haley would fill her other sister in later, and that was okay with Juliet.
Hi, what's up? She asked.
I have been stalking you online,
Phoebe said proudly.
What?
Juliet wrinkled her nose in confusion.
I don't have any real internet presence.
Instagram, Phoebe said. All the rooms you decorated, I was looking through them.
Oh. Juliet hadn't thought about using the site since she'd come to Rosewood Bay. Back home, she liked it as a place to document her little hobby, as she thought of it. She was surprised her sister was mentioning it.
Well, you have incredible taste. The color schemes were beautiful, and I loved how you accessorized.
Phoebe grew animated as she spoke, waving her hands as she described what she'd seen online. Juliet blinked in pleased shock.
Thank you. It's just a hobby I used to do for my father's friends. It kept me busy when I wasn't doing admin work for him, she explained.
Well, I have a proposition for you.
Her sister stepped closer, nudging her with her arm.
I'm listening.
Though she couldn't imagine what Phoebe had in mind.
I opened my own real estate business last year.
She did,
Jake said, joining them and wrapping an arm around his wife.
And she's already a success, taking clients from her previous sleazeball boss. Word got around, and people recommend Phoebe and not her old firm,
he said, clearly proud of her. At the praise, Phoebe blushed a serious shade of red, given her pale coloring.
Anyway, I could use a stager, someone who comes in and helps people clean up, organize, and stage their home in a way that maximizes the possibility of selling the house. In a crowded market, we need any edge we can get, and I think, given your background and ability, at least from the pictures, you'd be great at it.
Juliet paused in shock.
Wow, I'm just floored.
Phoebe grinned.
Well, did you like decorating?
Juliet bobbed her head.
I loved it.
Are you organized by nature? Can you walk into a room and envision it uncluttered and know what needs to be done to make it look great?
Juliet rolled her shoulders, unsure.
I think so.
Well, you don't need a professional license, so I say it beats pouring coffee for a living. If you like it and it works out, I have contacts and a network all over the state.
This could be a very solid career for you, if you're interested, that is. Think about it and get back to me, Phoebe said. The job isn't going anywhere. I don't have anyone else in mind yet, so let me know. I will.
Juliet felt dazed by Phoebe's certainty that she'd be a natural at a job she'd never given any thought. What would it feel like to have her own career? Something she could build and be proud of. She could get closer to Phoebe this way, and her sister would be entrusting her with an important part of her business. She felt a buzz of excitement burst to life inside her.
She's right, you know. I'm sure you'd be great at anything you put your mind to,
Brayden said from behind her.
And you'd enjoy it more than your job at Grace's.
Why do you care? She asked, the words spilling out. She hadn't realized he'd been standing there, listening to their conversation.
What kind of question is that?
He asked, grasping her arm and pulling her to the side of the deck, where they could be alone.
You're pissed at me,
Brayden said to Juliet. He gritted his teeth at his stupid statement. No shit, she was pissed. He'd gone radio silent on her, again. She looked at him with those big blue eyes, and his heart pounded harder in his chest. I'm not pissed as much as I'm confused, she said, her voice softer than before. I just don't understand why you're at this party for me. You could have just told Haley you were busy.
And why would I do that?
Because you don't want to be here with me, or I'd have heard from you sometime in the last week. He winced at the hurt in her voice. He couldn't do anything right with her. Staying away hadn't been easy, and he really had intended to contact her, but the rough afternoons with his father had spiraled, and he hadn't wanted to bring her into the chaos that was his life. She was young, at least in experience, and needed to enjoy what her new world had to offer after being caged by her father for years. Being saddled with a guy who was dealing with crap every day wasn't fair to her, not when she'd just escaped a similar situation. Never mind that he was supposed to be watching her for her father, because he couldn't think about that without wanting to be sick.
Juliet.
Before he could finish, she cut him off. It's not like I'm asking for anything from you other than friendship, but you don't seem to want to give me even that.
Fuck,
he said, and let out a low growl.
I'm sorry. I had a rough week with my father, and I didn't want to bother you with the shit going on in my life.
Her expression softened. Like I said when you told me, I understand helping a parent. What I don't get is why you don't believe me when I say I want to be there for you. You've been there for me, and I know we just met recently, but we connected, didn't we?
We did,
he admitted gruffly, more than he'd copped to now.
I don't want to hold you back. Let's just say I have experience with a woman who ended up resenting the demands my father's illness put on me and the restrictions on my time.
Then Juliet might think she could handle the difficulties now, but later on she'd come to resent him. He didn't want that for her, nor did he want to go through it again. Losing Emily had hurt. He'd barely started things with Juliet, and he knew her leaving him, once they grew closer, would cut even deeper. She let out a little puff of air as she said, "Oh." She paused, and then, "Will you tell me about her sometime?" He nodded. That truth was something he could give her.
I will, but I don't want to ruin your party by doing it now.
Okay, but I'm holding you to that. And I won't put up with you pulling away again. It's unfair. I can decide what I want to handle in my life. Unless you don't want to be my friend, in which case...
I don't want to be your friend, Juliet. I want to be more.
The words toppled out before he could censor or stop them. Her lips parted softly, and he wanted to take advantage, to move in and kiss the surprised look off her pretty face. But they were surrounded by her family, and they wouldn't appreciate the depth with which he wanted her. He ought to regret the admission and shut down the desire, because of his job. He'd already taken partial payment from her father. Letting this go on was so wrong. But staying away from her, backing off and hurting her, was impossible. I want that too, she said.
Good.
He'd let this thing between them grow. He couldn't deny it was what he wanted, but he'd go into it knowing they had an expiration date. He'd make her his, temporarily, and let her go before she had time to resent him.
Juliet, I have a favor to ask you,
Haley said, walking toward them and breaking the intensity between them. She turned toward her sister. What's up? Kane and I want to take a long weekend away. I was wondering if you'll move in and watch Monty next weekend? We'll be gone Thursday through Sunday. If it's an imposition, I understand. I would ask Phoebe, but it's a lot for her, Jake, and Jamie, and I can't let Monty go there. She works all day and wouldn't be home for him. Your hours are shorter. Haley looked at her with pleading eyes and a small grin on her face.
Of course, I'd be happy to,
she said, clearly happy Haley would trust her with her pet. Great. Oh, you'll love staying on the beach. We have neighbors, but they're far away and usually don't bother me when I'm by the water. It's so quiet and peaceful here at night. Enjoy it. Juliet practically vibrated with excitement.
I can't wait.
Thank you. I'm going to tell Kane we're covered. She walked in the direction of her husband, leaving Juliet alone with Braden again. She glanced at him, her eyes dancing with mischief.
What's got that look on your face?
He asked.
What's going through that mind of yours?
She grinned and leaned forward, whispering in his ear,
Skinny dipping at night on the beach. 2 wishes in one.
He adjusted his cock in his pants and groaned.
Not alone,
he warned her, not wanting her out in the water at night by herself.
Of course not. I had every intention of doing it with you.
She let her words settle, and he felt the flush high on his cheekbones. Eventually, the party wound down, and soon it was time to go home. They said their goodbyes, and Braden escorted Juliet to the car. The top of the convertible was open, thanks to the warm, nice weather, and she tossed her purse onto the passenger seat. She'd walked into the party wearing a muted pastel-colored dress and flirty heels that showed off her long legs, and he'd been captivated. Since she'd admitted she wanted him too, he'd been hard, desire pounding at him from the inside out. But Juliet wasn't the kind of woman he could take home and fuck. She was someone who deserved slow and romantic, he thought, looking into those warm, sexy blue eyes. He stepped closer, backing her against the car.
I won't be stupid enough to keep you at a distance again.
Good, because 3 strikes and you're out, Mr. Clark,
she warned him.
I'm not about to make the same mistake, city girl.
She grinned.
So things between us are going to change, I take it?
She wriggled her hips, his cock brushing against her sex, and she let out a small, sultry moan that went straight to his dick. He leaned in and pressed his cheek to hers, breathing in the coconut scent of her hair as he whispered in her ear,
Things between us are going to heat up, but not here in front of your sister's house.
She wound her arms around his neck.
Oh yeah? Then where? And when?
We'll figure it out,
he promised, because they couldn't go back to his house, not with his dad there. Of course, there was her place, but he wanted to wine and dine her first.
Dinner at the Blue Wall next weekend?
I have Monty, remember? Take out at my sister's,
she countered.
Works for me.
He trailed his lips along her jaw, tasting her silken skin, giving himself a tease of what he wanted to do to her, to lick and taste her everywhere. He heard the slam of the front door and stepped back, putting space between them.
I'll be in touch,
he said.
Really?
He promised, because he was finished pulling away. He'd just have to live with the conflict he'd caused by working for her father and hope she never found out. Because she was here for the summer only, and since he'd already accepted this thing between them as temporary, he could handle it. He hoped. Chapter 6. Braden's father's illness got Juliet thinking of her own father and the rift between them. She hadn't called him or taken his phone calls because she'd been holding on to her anger, but as Braden's situation showed, life was short. Her father had a weak heart, and she couldn't live with herself if something happened to him and they hadn't made amends. Before she went to work at the coffee shop on Monday, she decided to call home. She stood in front of a window overlooking the street as she dialed. People were just starting to wake up and head to work, drifting down the sidewalk. She pressed his name on her phone and waited for him to pick up.
Juliet, it's about time I heard from you.
Hello to you too,
she said.
It's been 2 weeks since you moved to that godforsaken beach town, and I haven't heard a word from you. How are you? You have to know I've been worried.
She sighed, gripping the phone tighter in her hand.
I'm sorry for that. I just needed time. And I'm fine. I have a job at a coffee shop, an apartment. Oh, and I've met my sisters.
I don't trust them, and you certainly don't need them.
I do. They're wonderful women. They've embraced me like family.
They must want my money,
he muttered,
just like your mother.
She narrowed her gaze, the lump in her throat that formed on hearing his implacable tone growing larger.
No, they don't need your money, and you know it. They've wanted to find me for years. They just didn't know my last name. They had no leads. But you knew all along and kept it from me. So if you want me to talk to you, I need you to be nice when you mention my sisters. They're my family, too.
His grumble told her he wasn't happy with her proclamation.
Now how are you feeling? She asked him. Any episodes?
He could get lightheaded, short of breath, have chest pains or palpitations.
Are you taking your medicine?
You'd know the answer to all of those things if you'd come home.
He chastised her like she was a misbehaving child, except she understood now he didn't have any control over her that she didn't provide him. Although it hurt her to take this stand, knowing she was causing him distress, she also understood she had to be her own person. If she didn't carve out her own life now, she'd lose the chance forever. She straightened her shoulders.
I'm not coming home until I'm ready.
And right now there was so much here in Rosewood Bay for her to do, she wasn't sure she'd want to leave. Her situation was open-ended.
Then don't worry about me, I'll be fine,
he said, disconnecting the call, as if he were punishing her for living her life. She sniffed and stared down at the phone, knowing despite the pain she felt and the guilt he'd inflicted, she was doing the right thing for herself. She couldn't let him manipulate her anymore. She was putting her phone back into her purse when it rang. A glance showed it was Phoebe calling.
Hello? Hey, I know I said I'd give you time to consider the job offer, but do you think you can meet me at a house today that I want to list for sale? I could really use your help.
Juliet blinked in surprise.
Sure. I'm working breakfast and lunch today, but I can meet you after if that's okay. 3 o'clock, is that good?
Yes.
Here's the address.
Juliet snagged a pen from the counter in the kitchen and scribbled the information on a notepad she had sitting out.
Got it, she said. Good, I'll see you then. Thanks, Phoebe said. Bye.
Her sister disconnected the call. Sometimes life happened too fast for her to keep up, Juliet thought, a smile on her face. After her shift, which she'd wished would pass quicker, she ran home to change out of her jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers into a pair of nice slacks, a silk camisole, and sensible heels she could walk in. She pulled her hair up into a twist in the back, grabbed her purse, and headed to meet Phoebe at the address she'd been given. Phoebe was waiting for her in front of the house. Her sister wore a cream-colored skirt and jacket, looking every inch the professional.
Hi,
Phoebe said, greeting her with a kiss on the cheek.
Hi, thanks for calling me.
Phoebe nodded.
When I got this listing, I knew it needed a very specific touch.
She took out her key and let herself into the house.
The owner isn't home, so I can walk you through.
Juliet followed her inside, stepping into a clutter-filled home. Any place there was a shelf or a nook or cranny, there were knickknacks stuffing the open spaces. Magazines were spread out on the cocktail table.
As you can see, there's a lot of stuff, Phoebe said. But if you look past the clutter and see the home itself, there's so much potential. Look beyond those French doors.
She pointed to the large patio outside, surrounded by beautiful trees. Inside was an open floor plan, and Phoebe was right. If she looked past the outdated decor and mess, the bones of the house were beautiful. From the slanted roof with skylights to the arched entryways, someone with vision could do wonders with the house. But when they walked in, they needed the clarity to see beyond the clutter.
And this is where you come in, Phoebe said. I need someone to oversee this job, and I think you can do it. I'll guide you at first. There are companies that specialize in helping a homeowner declutter a house. Once that's done, I'll give you Jake's work number. He's a general contractor.
She pointed to the chips on the floor moldings and a crack in the ceiling from an obvious flood.
Finally, you'll be able to stage the house so it looks best for sale. So I'd need you to step in and run with the project. Just trust your gut and go.
Okay, a little overwhelming, but I can handle it, she thought, and hoped. She didn't want to disappoint her sister.
Great. I'll get you the list of companies and contractors. You can run budget by me first until things become more routine. The average pay of a stager is $50 to $150 an hour. I can start you at $75 and we can go from there.
$75 an hour? Her father hadn't cut her off, but she was making minimum wage plus tips at the coffee shop. If she could begin to pay for her own life, budget, and live on what she earned. She jumped forward and pulled her sister into a hug.
Thank you. Thank you for your faith in me. I won't let you down.
Phoebe grinned.
I know you won't. Now, this is a huge job, but the owners are willing to pay to have someone else do the work, so you just need to oversee things at first, then stage. Got it?
Got it. She held back an immature squeal of delight. She parted ways with Phoebe and started to drive home, excited by the new prospects she had in front of her, and she wanted someone to share her news with. She wanted Braden. Braden was getting ready to leave the office early to head home and see his dad. With late afternoons being difficult for him, Braden liked to be there to ease his distress. Mike had just returned from staking out a woman whose husband suspected her of cheating with her gym trainer, and he walked in wearing a pair of track pants and a cut-off t-shirt with sweat stains. He'd used his gym lookout time to blend in by working out.
Catch the woman with her pants down?
Braden asked. Mike shook his head.
If you ask me, she's not doing anything except legitimately working out. I think our client is just jealous of his wife's trainer. He'd be better off putting the money he's paying us into joining the gym himself.
Mike settled into his chair just as someone walked into the office, chimes ringing as the door opened. They didn't have a receptionist, saving costs and lesson until it became necessary.
Hello?
Braden called out as Juliet strode into the main room where he and Mike shared space.
It's me.
She walked in wearing a pair of black trousers, a white V-neck silk sleeveless top, and heels, and her hair was in a prim and proper twist he wanted to shake out with his hands. She looked sexy as hell. So far, the woman had managed to blow his mind in jeans, a dress, and sexy pants. He'd yet to see her naked, and he was looking forward to the unveiling. He pushed himself up from his desk and strode around to greet her.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
He asked, unable to take his gaze off her flushed face.
I had an amazing day, and I wanted to share.
He reached out and grasped her hand.
Tell me.
Ahem. Mike cleared his throat.
Is someone going to introduce me first?
Braden tore his gaze from Juliet and glared at his partner for interrupting.
Mike Graham, meet Juliet Collins. Juliet, this is my pain-in-the-ass partner, Mike,
he said, because he'd rather hear what Juliet had to say, and Mike probably knew it.
Nice to meet you,
Juliet said, treating the other man to one of her bright smiles.
The pleasure's all mine.
He grinned, then waved a hand in dismissal.
Now go back to what you were saying. I'm going to take off for the day.
Mike slid his chair back and rose to his feet.
Bye, kids,
he said, laughing as he walked out the door. Braden shook his head at his partner.
And now that he's gone, what's your news?
Eyes still sparkling, she said.
Phoebe took me to a house that needs staging. It's basically trial by fire, but I have my first job.
She clasped her hands together, her body practically vibrating with energy and excitement that was contagious.
I'm proud of you, city girl.
He winked at her, giving her his full support and approval, not that she needed it, but the fact that she'd come by to share the news told him without words where they stood.
Can we go out for dinner to celebrate?
She asked, sounding hopeful. And he was about to disappoint her.
I have to get home to my father. His late afternoons have been difficult, and I don't like to leave him alone. He has someone watching him, but I'm the most familiar face he sees, you know?
Her expression softened.
I understand.
She bit down on her bottom lip, then asked,
Would you want to bring food in and eat at your place? I mean, I understand if you don't want to introduce me to your dad, if new people will upset him, but I thought maybe it would be a good alternative.
She lifted her shoulders in a slight shrug as she made the offer. He sat down on the corner of his desk, arguing with himself about the idea. Don't drag her into his shit. Don't introduce her to his father and allow her that deep into his life if he was eventually going to have to let her go. But she seemed to sincerely not mind the fact that he couldn't go out for dinner, unlike Emily, who'd lose her mind if he had to put his father first. She hadn't liked having to share a meal with his dad if it meant sacrificing date night, as she'd called it. But Juliet wasn't Emily, and maybe seeing Jonathan in person would hasten the process of her realizing she was finished with a caretaking role and wanted to live her own life. Better sooner than later, he thought with a pang in his chest.
Sure, you can follow me to my house,
he said, making the decision and refusing to second-guess himself. She blinked in surprise, eyes wide as a smile lit her pretty face.
Do you want me to pick up dinner? Something for me to cook if you'd prefer?
She paused, then said,
I'm not the best chef in the world, but I can manage some basics.
He chuckled, touched by the gesture.
No thanks. If Mrs. Mulligan didn't leave a casserole for me and Dad, I don't mind ordering in.
Mrs. Mulligan?
She asked with a tilt of her head.
His nurse, for lack of a better word.
He hated to use the term babysitter, but that's essentially what she was.
Sometimes she cooks and leaves us dinner.
Got it. Okay, I'll follow you.
She pulled her car keys out of her purse, and the next thing he knew, he was driving toward home, Juliet in her sporty convertible following behind him. Juliet hadn't expected Braden to agree to dinner at his house, but as she followed him inside, she held her breath, uncertain of what she'd find. His father was sitting on the sofa in the living area, doing a jigsaw puzzle on the table in front of him. Lucy Mulligan, who she met when she walked in, was an attractive woman with a long dark braid and kind brown eyes. She looked to be in her mid-60s. She asked to talk to Braden alone. He introduced Juliet to his father first.
Dad, this is Juliet Collins. Juliet, this is my dad, Jonathan Clark.
Hi, Mr. Clark. It's nice to meet you.
A good-looking man glanced up at her. With the brown hair and hazel eyes that he'd passed on to his son, she knew where Braden got his looks.
Call me Jonathan,
he said.
I don't want pretty girls treating me like an old man.
He rose to his feet to greet her. She smiled at him.
Jonathan, then. What kind of puzzle are you doing?
He held up the box cover, showing a seascape.
Oh, it's beautiful. Can I help you?
She asked.
I'd love it,
he said with a smile. She sat down so they could work putting the puzzle together, which was slow going given the small pieces. Braden walked out to talk to his father's nurse/caregiver. During her time with him, Juliet never noticed his father slip or have any issues, but when Braden returned, he looked more somber and concerned than he had before. Lucy had left a lasagna in the oven, with broccoli on the side. Juliet helped Braden serve the three of them, and they sat down to dinner around a table off the kitchen, a nice-sized room with stainless steel appliances and what looked like cream-colored quartz on the countertop. This house, from what she'd seen so far, was relaxed and comfortable, with framed photographs set around the family room, making the place a real home. They just sat down to eat when Juliet picked up the bowl with broccoli to serve them all.
I don't want vegetables,
Jonathan said, just as she put a large spoonful on his plate. Braden glanced at his father.
That's okay, Dad, then don't eat it.
Jonathan glanced down at the food with a frown, then he glared at Juliet.
Mom, I told you I won't eat vegetables,
he said, pointing at the offending greenery on his dish. She glanced at Braden, uncertain of what to do now.
Answer him,
he mouthed to her.
Please.
She swallowed hard.
You don't have to eat it,
she said to Jonathan. He folded his arms across his chest like a recalcitrant child.
Then take it off my plate.
He spoke defiantly now, as if expecting an argument and letting her know he was perfectly okay having one.
Okay, I'll remove it.
She reached out, but before she could pick up his plate, Braden did it himself and scraped off the vegetables, placing the dish in front of his father again.
Here you go,
Braden said. Jonathan examined the plate in front of him and, seemingly satisfied, picked up his fork and began to eat the lasagna in silence. Braden expelled the long breath he'd obviously been holding in, then shot her an apologetic look, but she waved it off, completely understanding the situation. He hadn't wanted to upset his father, so she'd played along, no harm done. They finished dinner, and his father retired upstairs to go to sleep early. Juliet rose to clean up, but Braden shook his head.
Let's go into the other room. I'll take care of this later.
They settled onto the couch by the puzzle, and Braden ran an exasperated hand through his hair.
What's going on?
She asked him,
other than the obvious.
He worked his jaw a bit before speaking.
Lucy said Dad left the gas stove on today. She was throwing in laundry. She can't be with him 24/7, and she left him doing the puzzle. Eventually, she walked into the kitchen and the flame was still burning. I thank God it hadn't been that long, and he didn't burn himself. But it's dangerous. Then at dinner tonight, I held my breath, hoping he wouldn't throw the plate at you across the table,
he said, voice shaking.
I don't know how much longer I can avoid putting him in a home.
She reached out and covered his hand with hers, her heart going out to him.
I'm sorry. I know that can't be an easy decision to make.
He shook his head, eyes sad.
It's the worst. And not having any brothers or sisters to share the burden is hard. It's all on me. I don't want him to resent me for doing it, but I don't want to wait until he does something to hurt himself either.
She wound their fingers together, looking down at their intertwined hands, her smaller, paler flesh against his.
Listen, I don't have any experience with something like this, but I can tell you, since you love him, any decision in his best interest is the right one. Don't beat yourself up over it.
Though she knew he would. He loved his father deeply and was losing him day by day.
Thank you for understanding.
His expression grew serious.
I'm juggling a lot,
he said, eyes on her the entire time, and her body shivered under the caress of his gaze.
But that doesn't mean I don't want to make time for you in my life. I do. Eventually, I want you in my bed. Or your bed. Hell, any bed will do.
She sucked in a shallow breath, her body swaying toward his at the admission.
I want you too, she said.
But I'm always going to be pulled in two directions, and I know from experience it isn't easy to put up with.
She pursed her lips and decided this was as good a time as any to push him for more answers.
Tell me about her.
Their hands were still wound around each other, and he didn't break contact as he explained.
I was engaged.
The admission surprised her, and Juliet's breath caught in her throat.
Oh.
He nodded.
Emily and I knew each other back in high school. I left town, joined the police force in New York City, and I came home a little over a year ago when Dad started showing serious signs of dementia. She and I reconnected, and it got serious.
He paused, and she waited for him to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, she was processing the fact that he'd loved someone enough to propose to them. The notion bothered her. A lot.
What happened?
She asked. He shrugged, leaning back against the sofa, their hands no longer clasped together as he delved into his past.
In hindsight, I didn't know her as well as I should have before I decided she was right for me and my future. I think I liked the idea of the family we could have and didn't look deeply enough into who she was.
How so?
Juliet was curious about this woman who'd captured his heart.
Emily was an only child and much more spoiled than I realized. She was used to undivided attention from her parents and getting what she wanted when she wanted it. Dad's illness progressed pretty quickly from the time of diagnosis, and as you can see, he demands a lot of my time.
And she didn't understand that? Juliet asked, shocked that anyone could be that selfish. This was Braden's father. He was an only child too, and his dad was all he had. He shook his head.
Not when it came to missing dinner dates and other things she scheduled for us. Eventually it became too much, and she ended us.
I'm sorry, Juliet murmured, thinking he deserved much better than he'd gotten from his fiancée. He shrugged.
It was for the best. I could never have met her emotional needs, and I just wish I'd seen that sooner. She met someone else and is engaged again, and I wish her well.
Wow, Juliet thought. She'd gotten more insight into the man than she'd anticipated tonight, and she was glad he'd confided in her.
I'm sorry you were hurt, but I'm glad you discovered she wasn't right for you before you got married. And, selfishly, I'm glad you're available now.
His lips twitched as they lifted in a smile. He reached out and brushed her hair, which she'd pulled out of the twist before visiting him earlier, off her shoulder, his fingers grazing her collarbone. She shivered at the light touch, her nipples hardening at the sensual caress. Sliding his fingers through her hair at the nape of her neck, he pulled her closer until he was able to brush her lips with his. His tongue slid over her mouth and she parted, letting him inside. Their tongues brushed and tangled together, the kiss becoming harder, more demanding. She loved the feel of him taking her over, his strong hand holding her neck in place as his mouth devoured hers. She inched closer, crushing her breasts into his chest, and she practically purred at the sensation of her nipples rubbing against him. He slid a hand up her back, and he was playing with the hook on her bra when a loud slam sounded, followed by, "Where's the damned ice cream?" She jumped back at the sound of his father's voice. Braden groaned. "We're all out, Dad," he called. "And that's what we get for making out like teenagers," he muttered, a grin on his face. "But trust me when I tell you, I'm going to get you alone. And when I do, all bets are off. I will have you, city girl." She grinned.
I'm yours for the taking,
she promised him. Chapter 7. Juliet spent the week beginning to organize the cleanup at the house Phoebe assigned her. She contacted the declutter company and spoke to the sellers, who wanted her there to oversee things. Realizing how busy this job would keep her, she gave notice at the coffee shop, which Grace took well, probably because Juliet wasn't exactly her fastest, best employee. She had another week left of work there, and that was fine with her. She hadn't seen Braden this week, giving him space to deal with his dad, but they'd made plans to get together at the beach when she was dog-sitting for her sister this weekend. Lucy was watching Jonathan, and Braden felt comfortable taking time for himself with her around for his father. Juliet slipped into a bikini and strode out onto the deck of Haley's house, where Braden waited for her. Monty was a good dog who behaved off-leash and just needed TLC, feedings, and attention. He pitter-pattered, trailing along, always underfoot, in a good way. She liked the company, and she really loved her sister's home. Braden stood leaning against the railing, looking over the ocean. His broad back and muscles tapered into his leaner waist, tempting her. Drawing a breath, she stepped toward him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her body against his warm skin. He groaned as she aligned herself with him, wrapping his arms around hers.
It's beautiful here.
She nodded into his back, inhaling his masculine scent, her body tightening as she hugged him.
I like my view more.
She nuzzled her nose into his skin. He laughed and turned, lifting her into his arms. She wrapped her legs around him for purchase, arms winding around his neck.
Check you out in that sexy bikini.
He skimmed his hands along her sides, her nipples puckering at the sensual touch, and she brushed her lips over his. He delved into her mouth, tongue dueling with hers, kissing her under the hot morning sun. Their mouths melded as they lazily made out, learning each other's touch and taste, the soft ocean breeze blowing around them. Without warning, he broke the kiss and released her, lowering her to her feet, and she felt every inch of his muscles and hard erection against her stomach until her feet touched the ground. Swallowing a groan, she looked up at him.
Why stop?
Because you had a list of things you wanted to do, and dipping your toes in the water was one of them. Skinny dipping is going to have to wait until nighttime when no one can sneak a peek, he muttered possessively. But right now we're going down to the beach. Right, Monty? He asked the dog who'd been sleeping at their feet. Woof! The pup jumped up at the sound of his name. Come on. Braden grasped her hand, and the three of them walked down the stairs of the deck barefoot, stepping into the warm sand leading toward the ocean. At the water's edge, she sat down so the water only came up as far as her feet, the warm waves cascading over her bare toes, just as she'd wanted. She'd asked her father to take vacations when she was younger, like her friends at school did with their families, but he'd had no interest in leaving New York.
This is so relaxing.
She glanced over at Braden, who watched her, an indulgent grin on his face.
And that's why I wanted you to experience it. Sometimes it's the little things that we need in life.
He gestured toward the bay.
Well, this is heaven, and it takes me away from my problems.
He glanced at her.
What problems?
She wriggled her toes before the next wave overtook them.
It's nothing. My issues are minuscule compared to yours.
Doesn't make them less real. So what's up?
He nudged her with his shoulder. She glanced at Monty, who darted into the water with 2 paws, then out again.
My father.
He seemed to stiffen at the mention of her parent.
I called him because I felt guilty letting so much time go by.
And?
He asked. She sighed.
He's blatantly distrustful of my sisters, though they've given neither him nor me any reason to feel that way, and he refused to tell me how he's feeling physically. I worry about his heart, but he said I'd know if I came home.
Braden clenched his jaw, obviously displeased with her father's actions.
He's manipulating you.
It's amazing. I lived with this same behavior for my whole life. If I wanted to go out with my friends, he suddenly didn't feel well. The end result was me losing people because I was never available to hang out with them. But it's only now that I'm away I can see it clearly.
And she hurt, knowing how much her father had deprived her of as a child.
Which means you need to be strong and do your own thing. Stand up for yourself.
How?
She asked, wrinkling her nose in thought.
By living your own life.
She curled her fingers into the sand, the grit going beneath her fingernails.
I'm doing that. I want to keep doing it.
I know. And I'm here to watch you accomplish your goal.
He ran a hand down her hair, and she liked the comfort of the gesture. But she also experienced that ripple of awareness she always felt around Braden, the one where her sex tingled and softened with need, and where her nipples pebbled into hardened peaks, begging for his touch, lick, bite. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Monty had lain down and was dozing in the sand. Certain her charge was in no danger of wandering off, she focused on Braden, pushing herself up and, without warning, straddling him where he sat on the beach.
Hey,
he said, his hands cupping her waist.
What's this?
Letting you have me, she said, grinding herself down onto the thick erection in his pants. He groaned as she rocked against him, waves like the one crashing against the shore behind her sweeping through her body. You know, Haley said this is a private stretch of beach. Nobody's going to come by and bother us, she said.
Good to know.
Reaching up, he cupped her breast in his hand, palming her flesh and tweaking her nipple with his thumb and forefinger until she arched her hips and rubbed herself against him, aware of the sensual arousal alighting her body. She moaned and threw her head back, pushing her breast harder into his palm.
You like that?
He asked gruffly. In reply, she swiveled her pelvis, seeking more of the delicious waves of desire that were flooding her, courtesy of the friction of their bodies. He dipped his hand into the tiny triangle of her bikini bottom, his fingers gliding over her sex and trailing lower, finding her damp and wet, she knew.
You like it a lot,
he muttered. And when he slid a finger over her clit, she liked it even more. He began to circle the exact spot she needed, and pleasure flowed over her. She rocked her hips to the same tempo he worked her clit, causing more waves of desire to soar over her quickly. She ground into him, and he continued to flick at her clit. Need crested as a sudden flash fire of a climax overtook her, and she dug her fingers into his shoulders and rode out the orgasm, pleasure suffusing her completely. She came to herself, her face buried in the crook of Braden's neck, breathing in his scent, her body still trembling. He ran a soothing hand along her back, but the caress caused arousal to spike inside her again. She was surprised he could ignite her again so quickly and groaned, licking the salty skin on his neck. His fingers tightened on her flesh.
Had enough toes in the sand?
He asked, his rigid erection throbbing against her. What are you suggesting as an alternative?
Bedroom,
he said as he thrust his hips upward, giving her a definitive answer. Works for me. He pushed himself to his feet, pulling her up with him and carrying her back across the sand, Monty at their feet. Following Juliet's directions, Braden carried her into the guest room of Haley's house and headed straight for the bed, depositing her onto the mattress. She bounced once and crawled backward, leaning against the headboard, crooking a finger at him. Are you going to join me? He eased himself up on the bed and grasped the sides of her bikini, pulling the bathing suit down and off her long legs, baring her pussy to his hungry gaze. She was wet with arousal, glistening and making his mouth water. He gripped her hips and encouraged her to sit while he lay down on the bed.
Let me devour you,
he said, urging her with a nudge to climb up and put her knees on either side of his head. She blushed, but did as he asked.
Now lower yourself onto my mouth, city girl.
She looked down at him, excitement in her eyes as she followed his urging. Soon he was tasting, licking, eating the most delicious pussy he'd ever tasted. He held onto her thighs, digging his fingers into her flesh as he sucked on her clit. She groaned and began to grind herself down on him, taking what she needed to get herself off again. His cock was hard as a rock, but to him, nothing mattered except her pleasure, which he doubled his efforts on giving. Soon she was moaning, arching her back, riding his mouth until she screamed her climax, shuddering and shaking on top of him. Finally, she slid her legs off and collapsed onto the bed, catching her breath. He wiped his mouth on his forearm before sliding a hand into his cargo shorts pocket and pulling out 2 condoms he'd brought with him, just in case he got lucky, because he dreamed of her constantly. He tossed the packets onto the bed and removed his shorts, grasping his cock in his hand. He'd been waiting for this moment, to get this girl into his bed. Okay, so it wasn't his bedroom, but he'd make do. He glanced over to find Juliet staring at him, her hair falling over her shoulders, her eyes glazed with desire. He picked up a condom.
Are we on the same page?
He asked, because he had the sense she was vulnerable and he didn't want to take advantage. 100%. He ripped the condom with his teeth and slid it over his dick, her hot gaze on him the entire time. He came over her, grasping her hands in his and sealing his lips over hers. Kissing her fulfilled something inside him, something that had been broken, that she seamlessly put back together. She took his mind off the bad things in his life and made him think about the best ones, about her. His cock throbbed against her stomach and her hips writhed beneath him. Not willing to wait another second, he braced his hands on either side of her and lifted himself up, his cock finding her entrance as he began to arch into her. She was soft, wet, and so fucking tight he had to grit his teeth and hold back the wave of desire that could have had him coming in a second.
Sweetheart, how long has it been?
He asked her. She glanced away.
We are so not having this conversation.
Oh, we so are.
He paused barely inside her.
I lost my virginity at 19. It was fast and uninspiring, and that was it.
Protectiveness and possessiveness vied for dominance inside him. She'd waited so long and had chosen him to break her dry spell. He was both honored and humbled, unsure of how to react. He kissed her deeply, rocking his hips, causing him to ease into her without rushing or thrusting too hard, determined to make this good for her. She moaned as he slid deeper, her inner walls clasping him in tight, damp heat.
Are you okay?
He asked. She shook her head and he stilled.
What is it?
You're being too careful. I'm empty and aching, and you're going too slow.
She squeezed her muscles around him, and his body tightened, urging him to move. So he raised his hips and plunged deep. Yes, she said, her voice a low, throaty moan.
Oh, that feels so good.
He picked up his pace and began a steady rhythm, taking her harder with each successive thrust, feeling her clench and writhe around him. Nothing had ever felt better. Nothing had ever been more right. Their bodies were in sync, the rocking of hips, the thrust and release of his cock inside her, everything coalescing as sensations built higher, faster, until his entire being was locked and loaded. His balls drew up, his spine tingled, and just as she stiffened beneath him, his climax pulled him up and over the edge. A mind-numbing orgasm hit him, causing him to spiral and lose himself to the woman beneath him. They breathed into each other, panting and catching their breath. A little while later, he'd cleaned up, and they lay cuddled beneath the comforter, her head on his shoulder.
How did you go so long?
He couldn't help but ask her. She sighed into him.
I never met anyone who I wanted to be with. The first guy was a let's-get-it-over-with act. I didn't want that for myself again.
She ran her fingers over his chest as she spoke.
My father had me host dinner parties. His friends would get handsy and I'd have to duck advances, not that my father ever knew.
He stiffened beneath her, hands clenching into fists as he held her tight. Nobody had looked out for her. She'd appeared to live the life of a sheltered princess, when in reality she'd been manipulated, used, and nearly taken advantage of. He pulled her tighter against him.
I'm sorry.
I'm just glad I waited for you.
She pressed her lips to his jaw, placing light kisses over his flesh.
You see me.
Kiss.
You understand me.
Kiss.
And you'd never lie to me.
He stiffened beside her, guilt overtaking him.
On another subject, being with Monty got me thinking,
she said, unaware of his train of thought.
About your father.
He turned his head and met her gaze.
What about him?
I was thinking we could bring Monty over. He'd love petting and spending time with Monty, and it would relax him and ease his stress.
She bit her lip, then said,
I did some research on the subject, and it can definitely benefit him.
She glanced at him with hopeful eyes. She was looking out for his father, and he fell harder for her in that moment.
Thank you.
He rolled her over and kissed her, his cock hard and ready to go again. And that's what they did. That afternoon, at Juliet's urging, Braden took her and Monty to see his father. When they arrived, Jonathan had been in an agitated state, pacing the room, worried he was going to get in trouble from his dad for putting a dent in the car. He was totally in his own world, and it shattered Braden to see his father so lost. Every time he viewed him with his dementia was like the first time the punch in the gut was so strong. Juliet sat Jonathan down and placed Monty in his lap, and a little while later, Jonathan looked up totally with it, and asked,
"Son, will you do the puzzle with me tonight?"
Braden knew his father's being present wouldn't last, but the dog had brought him a little bit of peace, and Braden owed Juliet for that. He owed her for the way she sat with his dad now and looked through photo albums, patiently listening to him tell her stories about the past while Monty snored beside him. Falling for her was as easy as breathing. But the obstacles between them were still there. She might be sweet and willing to help him with his father for the time being, but she deserved to have the world at her feet, and he couldn't give that to her. He didn't have the financial means she was used to, nor was his time his own, not to mention the big omission between them. Tell her, he thought. But she'd just laid her head on his chest and said she knew he'd never lie to her. His stomach had twisted as she'd spoken, and his conscience screamed to come clean. But then she'd started talking about his dad, distracting him. And the reality was, he wanted more time with her before she discovered he was just another person in her life who'd lied. Juliet cleaned up Haley's house, washed the bedding, and made sure she returned the place in the same condition in which she'd gotten it. Haley and Kane had a fantastic weekend away, and Juliet was grateful she'd given them that time. She spent the beginning of the next week working, and she was on her second-to-last day at Grace's. Over the last few weeks, she'd come to recognize many of the regulars, and even the visitors from Manhattan with money were obvious to her. So when Juliet saw the raggedy-looking woman sitting alone in a booth, she stood out. Grabbing a pot of coffee, Juliet walked over to her. "Regular?" she asked. "Or decaf?" "Regular," the woman said, her straggly hair hanging over her face before she tucked it back with one hand. "Need my caffeine." With a smile, Juliet filled her cup. "I'll be back to take your order," she said, and headed to her other tables to top them off. "Wait, please." The woman called her back. "Yes?" "Can you sit for a minute?" Juliet narrowed her gaze. "I'm working." The woman waved her hand through the air. "It'll just take a few minutes." Wary now, Juliet lowered herself into the bench seat across from her. "How can I help you?" Looking nervous now, the woman fidgeted in her seat. "I guess there's no easy way to say this. I'm your mother." Juliet froze, her eyes on the woman in front of her. She had blue eyes and deep grooves in her face from age or life, looking nothing like the woman in the photograph her father had kept. Knowing everything she did about Meg Ward and the lack of care with which she'd handled her children, Juliet didn't want to feel anything, not even pity. This woman had given birth to her, and Juliet's nerves were the dominant emotion inside her. "How did you find me?" she asked, more curious about that than the woman herself. Of course, she needed to know what she wanted, too, because she had no doubt her mother had an agenda. She hadn't come to play mom. It was years too late for that, and from what Juliet understood, her mother was incapable of providing anyone with what they needed. She was unable to even help herself. Meg looked taken aback by Juliet's cool question. Maybe she'd expected Juliet to cry or throw herself into her arms, to be vulnerable to her manipulation. After what she'd recently put Haley through, pretending to want a relationship, then stealing a valuable family heirloom, Juliet had her guard up high. "Your father, in his utter disgust and frustration, let it slip that you had a job at the local coffee shop in Rosewood Bay," Meg began. Juliet nodded, curling her free hand so her nails dug into her skin. She could only imagine the horror her father felt, knowing that she was working like a commoner for a living. "You talked to my father." A chill raced over her skin at the knowledge her parents were, in fact, in touch. Her mother leaned on the table in front of her. "Your father and I have talked over the years. He paid me to stay away from you," she said, as if she had a juicy secret. "I figured that out already," she said dully, hating having her suspicion confirmed. Her father, the man she'd loved, trusted, given up years of her life for, had betrayed her in a spectacular way. The hits just kept coming. "We could have had a relationship if not for him." Her mother reached for her, but Juliet yanked her hand away from the coffee pot and this woman's clutches. "You mean if you hadn't chosen money and drugs over your children, what do you want from me?" "Juliet, customers!" Grace called out, reminding Juliet she had a job to do. but she wanted to finish this conversation. She glanced over her shoulder and held up one hand.
5 minutes, please? She asked Grace.
The other woman nodded and spoke to Tawny, gesturing to her to cover Juliet's tables. She turned back to her mother.
Well?
Meg twisted her hands together on the table, obviously nervous too.
I thought maybe with your father refusing to pay me anymore, since you know all about me now, that maybe you could see your way to helping out your mother.
Her blue eyes held on to Juliet's, a pleading look in her expression. Juliet blinked hard.
You're here for money? My life hasn't been easy, Juliet. The jobs I can get are the worst, and my apartment is, to put it nicely, a shithole. You're the only family I have left, and I hoped you'd take pity on me. I already know better than to try for a relationship. I'm sure your sisters killed any hope I might have had for that, and believe it or not, I wanted to know my girls. But you wanted money more.
Juliet rose to her feet.
Sorry, but the bank is closed here,
she said over the lump in her throat. Her mother didn't look surprised, merely resigned.
Thanks for nothing,
her mother said, rising and walking away without looking back. A wealth of sadness flowed over her, for the mother she'd always wanted and would never have, for the lies told and the losses in her life. For the next 30 minutes, she tried to work, but she was badly shaken by her mother's visit. She made mistakes with orders, served people the wrong dish, and spilled soda onto the floor.
Take the rest of the day, hon, Grace said. You're no good to me here.
I'm sorry, Juliet said, reaching for the back of her apron to untie it. She wouldn't even argue with her boss. She was a mess and couldn't work. Grace gave her an understanding look.
Personal things happen. I'll see you tomorrow.
Heading out into the sunlight, she blew out a long breath. She blinked. Her eyes teared, and she realized it wasn't from the sun. It was from meeting her money-hungry mother, who wanted nothing from her but cash. As she walked to her car, she used the time to breathe deep and calm down. She'd held it together while talking to her mother, but the confrontation threw her more than she'd thought at the time. All her life, she'd dreamed of the mother she'd lost early on, wishing she'd had those arms around her when she was sad, to join her for celebrations or to help her through the more awkward parts of becoming a woman. When she'd gotten her period, her father sent her to their longtime nanny to give her the information she needed. And all along, he'd been paying her real mother to stay away. Aunt Meg had been greedily taking everything she could, not caring that she had children, 2 in foster care, 1 lonely and longing for a mother. She drove to her sister Haley's house. It was more likely her painter sister would be home than her real estate agent sibling. She parked on the street and knocked on the door. Haley answered quickly. Hi, Juliet. She took one look at what must be her stricken face and asked, What's wrong?
I had a visitor at Grace's. Our mother came by.
Haley's eyes opened wide, and she grasped Juliet's hand, pulling her into the house and shutting the door behind her. What happened? She followed Haley through the house to the sofa in the living room. They settled in, Juliet kicking off her shoes and tucking a leg beneath her.
She sat in my area, asked me to join her, looked me right in the eye, and said she was my mother. She told me my father let it slip how to find me. She said now that I knew about her, he refused to pay her to stay away any longer. And she outright asked me to help her instead.
She didn't pull any punches this time, did she? She didn't even try and claim she wanted a relationship before going in for the kill, Haley said with a shake of her head. Jesus. Juliet swallowed hard.
I knew that about her. I should have expected nothing better, so why does it hurt so badly anyway?
She asked, embarrassed by the tears in her eyes. Haley clasped her hands inside her own. Because everyone wants a mom, and we had the right to expect our mother to put us first, not sell us out. Juliet blinked, and tears fell.
I feel so guilty,
she said, unable to stop the flow. For God's sake, why? Her sister asked.
Because I had a good life. Sure, I was overprotected, but I didn't know any better, and I was lied to, but I wasn't aware of it until recently. Compared to you and Phoebe, I have no right to cry over the mother I never had.
Oh, please. Haley pulled her into a hug. That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. We all had our own experiences before finding each other again, but one better doesn't negate the reality of what happened to you.
You don't resent me? At all?
She wiped her eyes with her hand, knowing she was smudging her eyeliner. No, silly. I'm happy to have you back in my life. And you have as much right to wish for a good and decent mother as I do, or Phoebe does. What did you tell her? Sitting up straight, Juliet met her sister's gaze.
That the bank was closed.
Haley clapped her hands and laughed. Oh, good one. That must have pissed her off.
She wasn't happy. She just took off.
Haley nodded. I'm so sorry you had to have your own run-in with her.
It had to happen sooner or later, right? At least now it's done. She'll leave all three of us alone, Juliet said.
I hope so. Now, let's change the subject to something better. How are things with Braden? Better? Juliet tried not to beam at the question.
He's amazing, Haley. Everything I could want in a man. Hot, sexy, and loyal. He's devoted to his father, which means family is important to him, and it's important to me, too.
And he treats you well? She nodded, smiling.
No complaints here.
Well, good. Then I won't have to send Kane after him.
What? You wouldn't kill him on my behalf yourself?
Gotta watch the hands, little sister. She waved her paint-spattered hands in the air. For the first time all day, Juliet laughed. Chapter 8. Braden walked into Grace's for a much-needed cup of coffee and to say hello to his girl. Since having sex with Juliet, he copped to feeling pretty damned possessive. He looked around the busy shop, but only saw Tawny and Grace rushing around filling orders. He waited until Grace walked over.
What can I do for you? She asked. Booth or takeout?
Booth, Juliet's section. Grace shook her head.
I'd love to oblige you, but she left early today.
That was unlike her. Was she not feeling well? He asked, concerned.
No, she had a visitor earlier, a homeless-looking woman. She sat down across from her, they had words, and Juliet was upset afterwards. Couldn't focus, and I sent her home.
Grace shrugged, indicating that was all she knew.
So can I seat you, or are you off to find her? She asked knowingly.
He grinned. You got me. I'll take a rain check on that coffee. Homeless-looking woman? He didn't have a clue who her visitor could have been, who could have upset her so much she needed to leave work. Worried, he headed over to Juliet's apartment and knocked on the door. She didn't answer immediately, and he knocked again.
Coming,
she called out, but it took a while for her to pull open the door a little ways. She saw him and opened it the rest of the way. She stood in the doorway wearing nothing but a towel wrapped around her. Water droplets clung to her fair skin, and her hair was pulled up into a messy bun.
Braden, what are you doing here?
Grace said you left early, that something upset you. I came to see if you were okay. Gratitude etched her expression.
Thank you. Come in.
He stepped inside and she shut the door behind him.
I had a crazy morning, she said. I figured I'd take a relaxing bath and try to put it out of my head.
She gestured toward her towel-clad body. His gaze raked over her, cataloging the swells of her breasts peeking out from the top of the towel and her long legs with pink-polished toes. He forced his gaze upward to meet hers. What happened? He asked gruffly. He needed to focus on what was wrong and not how sexy she looked standing half-naked in front of him. Talk to me. Grasping her arm, he led her to a small sofa and sat down beside her, aware of her coconut scent permeating his senses. She sighed.
My mother came to see me at the coffee shop.
He blinked in surprise. Holy shit. She nodded. He was well versed in her mother's history of being an awful parent and even more aware of how much Juliet had wanted a mom growing up. What happened? He listened as she explained, realizing that her mother had no morals or scruples, showing up and admitting to taking money to stay away and asking her youngest daughter for pity money. To top it off, she now knew for sure her father had been paying her mother to stay away from her all these years. He cupped her face in his hands. You can handle this, he assured her. You're stronger than you think.
I can,
she said with a forced smile.
I told her in no uncertain terms that she wasn't getting money from me, and I had a good talk with Haley, and I know I'm not alone with my mixed-up feelings about her. Plus I have you, so I'm really okay.
He grinned.
You do have me.
He brushed his knuckles along her cheek.
You have the rest of the day off?
He asked. She nodded, eyes gleaming as she looked up at him.
What did you have in mind?
He slid his fingers into the space between the towel and her bare skin, skimming his fingers along the swells of her breasts.
I thought we could spend the rest of the day in bed.
Apparently she liked his suggestion, because she rose to her tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. He backed her up, kissing her and edging her against the nearest wall. Mouth still on hers, he released the tuck on her towel, dropping it to the floor, leaving her stark naked, her beautiful body his for the taking. She reached for the waistband of his jeans, unbuttoning them and pulling them down along with his underwear. He kicked them both off, dropping the garments to the floor, adding his shirt to the pile. Shoes and socks followed. She ran her hands over his chest, her fingernails scraping over his nipples, her fingertips trailing downward, over his stomach, his waist, until she gripped his cock in her smaller hand. He groaned at her touch, and she held him tight, gliding her hand back and forth along his rigid length. If he let her continue, this would be one very short session. He grasped her wrist, stilling her movement.
Let's take this to the bed,
he said. She nodded, and as she took his hand and led the way, he couldn't tear his gaze from the delectable rear view, her narrow waist and the curve of her ass. Reaching the bed, he grabbed her, and they tumbled to the mattress, a tangle of limbs, his lips hard on hers, his cock aligned with the slick wetness of her pussy. A shift of his hips and he could be inside, he thought, as reality intruded.
No condom,
he muttered.
I wasn't planning on this today.
She lay beneath him and met his gaze.
I'm definitely clean, she said, watching him intently. And I take the pill for other issues.
I gave blood for an insurance physical. In case something happened to me, I wanted my dad to have money to stay in the home.
Mike had stepped up as a willing guardian in Braden's absence.
Then I guess we're good,
she asked, her hips arching into his. A shiver worked its way through him, raw desire pulsing in his veins.
We're good.
He came over her and eased into her silken heat. She was tight, but not as resistant as the first time, and he slid into her, gliding all the way home. He groaned, unexpected emotion filling his throat as her soft inner walls gripped him in warmth. His feelings for her grew every time they were together, as did the fear of losing this, what they shared, her. In a short time, she'd come to mean so much to him, but circumstances conspired to keep them apart. He couldn't let these feelings consume him, but he had very little control when it came to Juliet Collins.
Braden,
she said, scoring her nails down his back. He pulled out and thrust into her once more. Then, reaching down, he rubbed circles around her clit until she was writhing around him, gasping, clenching in need.
Come, baby, come hard.
She whimpered and arched into his hand. He continued to play with her clit, swiping over and over at the tiny bud until she cried out, coming around his cock and his hand. He let go then, releasing his hold on himself and pounding into her hard, losing himself in the woman who was very quickly capturing his heart. And when he came, she stiffened in surprise, another orgasm coming fast on the heels of her first. They spent the afternoon in bed, just like he'd suggested, and later, as he was thinking he had to get going, she spoke.
I can't remember the last time I was this happy, she said, kissing his chest. Which is odd, considering the confrontation I had with my mother earlier.
This was a good day away from everyone and everything.
He stroked her hair, his brain telling him it was time to go, his body urging him to stay.
We should do it more often.
She climbed on top of him, tempting him once more.
Will you kill me if I say I need to go?
She shook her head.
You gave me more time than I expected. You should have been at work or with your father, so I'll take what I got and be grateful.
She kissed his lips and rolled off him. He kept a hand on her hip.
We'll find more time.
Good. Now go, before I stop being so agreeable.
With a groan, he rolled off the bed and started getting dressed to leave. 2 weeks passed, during which Braden took his dad to doctor appointments out of town and work piled up, keeping him and Mike busy. His updates to Juliet's father consisted of 2 words: status quo. His gut churned, knowing he was going behind her back with even the most benign information. Juliet was consumed with the work for her sister, shopping for items to make the house look open, airy, and sellable, all the while overseeing decluttering and painting touch-ups and repairs. They found time together every few days, even if it was just a quick dinner, and her patience was never ending when it came to Braden's rush home to his father at the end of the day. The annual town festival was this weekend, and he hoped to spend a couple of hours there with Juliet on Saturday, barring his father having a bad day. Lucy was more than happy to swap days with him, and not for the first time he said a prayer of thanks for having her as his neighbor and his dad's nurse. On Saturday morning, he parked his car far from the festival, the closer spots already long gone, and walked to Juliet's to pick her up. Excited and ready to go, she met him at the door. "Morning." She bounced out wearing a pretty summer dress in yellow and white, her hair in a ponytail, a big smile on her face.
"Morning to you."
He pressed a kiss to her lips, and they were on their way, walking around the building into the main street where the festival was held. Main Street was covered with tents, beneath which individual stores had tables and displayed their goods, both on sale and regular price. The gallery had a display of paintings, including Haley's, which Juliet stopped to admire. The local animal shelter had a booth of puppies and kittens up for adoption, and Juliet paused as they passed. "Haley said she got Monty at last year's festival," she said with a wistful sigh.
"Are you wanting a puppy, city girl?"
Braden asked. She looked up at him with those big blue eyes. "I wish, but I'm in such a tiny apartment and I don't know my permanent situation." She glanced longingly at the booth. "Which is why we cannot stop here. I can't look at a dog and get attached at this point in my life." She started to walk away, picking up speed, but he took in the desire in her expression and yearning in her gaze. If anyone was cut out for a dog, it was Juliet. She had so much love in her heart to give. But she was right. The timing was off. He didn't want to think about her leaving at the end of the summer. The unrealistic part of him, the part that wasn't dealing with reality at the moment, hoped she'd love it here in Rosewood Bay and stay for good. Of course, that same part of him wasn't dealing with the fact that he held a whopper of a secret from her either. He frowned and caught up with her, pushing negative thoughts to the back of his mind.
"Someday,"
he said, returning to the dog conversation. "I hope so." She glanced over and a smile lit her face. "There's Phoebe," she said, pointing to a booth in the corner. They headed toward her sister to find Phoebe had taken a booth for her real estate company. She had glossy brochures with listings for sale and agents behind the table to discuss homes with potential buyers or sellers. "Hi," Juliet said, greeting her sister with a smile. "Well, look who's here, my newest employee." She laughed. "The booth looks great," Juliet said. "Doesn't it?" she asked him. Phoebe glanced his way. "Hi, Braden, how are you?"
"Fine, thanks. And things look good here. Things going well for you?"
he asked. Phoebe nodded. "I still have competition from my old boss." She gestured across the way where Walsh Real Estate had a booth set up. "But we're getting new clients, so it's all good."
"Phoebe, a couple has a question about your listing,"
one of the agents behind the booth said. "Excuse me." Phoebe turned 90 degrees to where the couple stood. Braden glanced in the same direction and caught sight of his ex standing with her new fiancé, waiting for their question to be answered. "Shit," he muttered, the word coming out before he could censor it. "What's wrong?" Juliet asked. He groaned.
"That's my ex-fiancé Phoebe is talking to."
Juliet blinked and discreetly glanced toward her sister. "I'm sorry, do you want to go in the other direction?" He shook his head.
"It's not a big deal,"
he said, hoping Emily didn't make it one. She did like to throw a dig or two his way when they ran into each other. He'd said he wished her well, and he did. But the fact was, them seeing each other was never comfortable. Not because he still had feelings for her, but because they were exes. And she held a grudge over the fact that she hadn't been able to win in what she'd perceived as a tug-of-war over Braden and his time. As if he'd ever have sacrificed his father. She never should have expected him to.
"Let's go,"
Braden said. To his surprise, Juliet reached down and grabbed his hand, holding on to him as they left the booth. "Bye," Phoebe called, interrupting her conversation.
See you two later. Bye.
Juliet waved. And just as he thought would happen, Emily looked over and met his gaze. Braden! Her lips pursed as she looked at him, and she stepped closer to the current man in her life.
Em,
He said.
good to see ya.
He inclined his head, hoping to make it out of there without drama or even introductions. It just wasn't necessary.
Actually, I'm surprised to see you out and about.
Her gaze flickered to Juliet, her stare zeroing in on their joined hands.
Your father doesn't need you?
He clenched his jaw.
Dad has his good days and bad days, he said. Thanks for asking.
He didn't hide the inherent sarcasm in his comment. Juliet squeezed Braden's hand tighter, but she didn't say a word.
Come on, Em, we got our answer. We can go.
Rick, her current boyfriend, said. He shot an apologetic glance at Braden. Clearly, he knew what to expect of his soon-to-be wife. But she glanced at Juliet. Be prepared to come in second, Emily said to her, tossing her hair over her shoulder. He rolled his eyes.
She always did like to have the last word,
he muttered under his breath.
Family should always be a priority,
Juliet said to her. And before Rick could drag Emily away, Juliet pulled Braden in the opposite direction. From her heavy breathing, Braden sensed she was pissed off and gathering steam, and when they got far enough away, Juliet spun to face him.
What a bitch.
He frowned, nodding in agreement.
She didn't start out that way. She only morphs into one when she doesn't get her way. Oh, and she holds a mean grudge, something else I didn't find out until too late.
He shook his head.
This is the drawback to living in a small town. You're bound to run into people you'd rather avoid.
She smiled at his comment.
What's with this?
He lifted their still intertwined hands. Her eyes gleamed with mischief.
This is me staking my claim.
He burst out laughing.
I can't say I mind.
He wound his arms around her waist and leaned down for a long kiss. His tongue slid between her lips and played with hers until someone bumped into them and they broke apart, Juliet laughing in embarrassment. After another hour of walking around, Braden introducing her to friends of his and eating funnel cakes for lunch, he knew he had to wind things down.
Lucy wants to go visit her daughter this afternoon, and I need to watch my father,
he told Juliet.
Do you want to stay here?
She shook her head.
I'm beat. I'm more than happy to go back to my apartment and chill,
she said easily, reminding him of how different she was from Emily. But he couldn't stop wondering, if things were more serious than a summer fling, would her patience eventually run short? Or would she get tired of having just a part of his focus, never all? And really, did it matter? Because the minute he confessed their initial meeting hadn't been an accident, she'd walk away from him anyway. His good day ruined by his thoughts, he put his hand on her back as they walked back down the street and wound their way around the buildings where her apartment was located.
Oh, wait, I want to get an extra pair of sunglasses out of my car. These have been bothering me, she said, pointing to where the frame pressed against the back of her head. I'll switch them out and get these fixed when I get a chance.
They headed to her car, and she let out a startled sound.
Look!
He glanced to the side of her car, where a long key scratch marred the shiny red exterior. Worse, the window had been shattered, tempered glass scattered everywhere. He glanced around. The parking lot was full, but devoid of people, everyone on the main street enjoying the festival in the hot summer day. Shit, he muttered, pulling her back before she could rush forward to check out the scene.
Who would do this?
She asked, her eyes filled with frustrated tears. He shook his head.
It's a low-crime area, usually,
he said of Rosewood Bay.
And I'm surprised someone tried to grab it with so many cars and people around for the festival. But all it takes is 10 seconds to smash and grab.
She clenched and unclenched her hands in exasperation.
Come on, let's call the police,
he said. She shook her head.
You need to go to your dad. I'll head on up to my apartment and call them from there. You don't need to worry about me when you have somewhere you need to be.
He really didn't want to leave her to handle this on her own. Of course, she was fully capable, but that wasn't the point. He wanted to be there for her. And he also had to head home and let Lucy go to her family. There was no option. He needed to take care of his father.
Do you promise to wait for the police inside?
He asked, walking her up to her apartment.
Yes.
She pulled out her keys and opened the door.
I'm fine. Go to your dad.
She pushed at him in an effort to make her point. He pulled her into a kiss before closing her in her apartment and heading home, guilt clawing at him the entire way. Sure, she said she had no issue with him leaving, but he wouldn't blame her if she did. The police chalked the break-in up to a visitor from out of state, thinking he could get lost in the crowds of the festival after a quick break-in. Juliet's car radio had been stolen, along with her expensive sunglasses. She called it a loss and contacted the insurance company. Kane did a cleanup and took the vehicle into his shop, insisting he'd take care of it for her once her coverage kicked in. She'd need the car to get to and from the house where she was working, but she could call an Uber, and besides, she'd have her car back soon. In the meantime, she dove into the creative part of her new job. With everything in the house touched and cleaned up, she was able to begin the staging. From changing up the bathroom accessories to white for a spa look, to floral pieces in the family room, to decluttering bookshelves and giving the place the open, airy look it should have had to begin with, she liked the end result, and she hoped Phoebe did as well. This weekend she was relaxing. Her aunt had a charity luncheon and had offered the use of her backyard pool, and Juliet was taking advantage. She put on a bikini and lathered up the sunscreen on her fair skin, then stretched out on a chaise lounge in the backyard. The patio was tremendous, with gorgeous inlaid stone and high shrubbery around the fencing. Not that anyone could see in. The estate was so huge, privacy was a given. She closed her eyes and her muscles relaxed, the feel of the sun on her face warm and delicious. She put everything out of her mind, her father and his phone calls, what she would do after the summer ended, her mother, all of it. When her cell rang, she realized she'd been dozing off. She picked it up from beneath a towel where she protected it from the heat.
Hello?
Hey there.
Brayden, I thought you were spending the day with your father. How's it going?
She asked, pushing herself to a sitting position and adjusting the back of the chair.
He's having a decent day. A friend of his stopped by and said he'd hang out for the day, and Lucy is there. What are you doing?
She grinned.
I'm at my aunt's pool.
Oh, nice. Enjoying your time with her?
She toyed with the strap on her bikini top.
Actually, she's at a luncheon, and I'm here all by myself.
That's too bad. And what are you wearing while you're sitting out all alone?
A bikini, but I was thinking that because it's so isolated here, I could really fulfill that skinny dipping fantasy,
she said in a deliberately coy voice. He choked for a minute.
I'll be right over.
She hung up laughing. He must have broken speed limits given how quickly he showed up, walking around the back of the house and knocking on the locked gate. She let him inside, taking in his swim trunks, tank top, and muscles tempting her with their obvious strength.
You made good time,
she said, biting the inside of her cheek.
Tempt a man with you skinny dipping and it can be done.
He followed her back to the pool, sitting in a lounge chair beside hers. He pulled off his tank top and her mouth went dry. Biceps flexed as he moved. Tanned skin, a golden color that brought out the green in his hazel eyes.
You're pretty tempting yourself.
I'm glad you think so.
He started to kick back and put his legs out on the chaise.
Don't get too comfortable,
she said as she reached behind her and unhooked her bathing suit top, letting it fall to the ground. It took a lot of courage gathering, but she managed it, determined to see it through. He rose to his feet and extended his hand.
Nope, I'm not finished yet.
She drew a deep breath and slid her fingers into the sides of her bikini, pulling them down and off her legs. And now she was naked. A warm breeze flowed over her, as potent as Brayden's visual caress. Under his steady gaze, her nipples puckered, giving her a dose of bravery.
Ready for a swim?
She asked, turned, walked to the water, and dove in. The cool water engulfed her, and she rose to the surface, popping up to find Brayden in the pool with her. She made her way through the water toward him, gliding her arms around his neck, wrapping her legs around his waist, and finding him naked as well. He half swam, half walked her back to the nearest wall. His cock hard and erect, he nudged at her entrance, and then he was inside her, gliding deep. His lips found hers as she clasped tight around him, swirls of desire racing inside her. His tongue thrust in time to his hips, their bodies in unison as they came together, time after time. It was perfect, the way he fit, thick enough that she felt a delicious burn, her body wet enough that the glide was smooth and easy. And when his pubic bone hit her clit with every grind, she saw stars, losing herself to him over and over with each pull back and push deep. In the back of her mind, she heard a cell phone, recognizing his ringtone, but neither of them moved or stopped what they were doing. He stilled, building the tension, his lips trailing down her cheek, along her collarbone, until she shivered at his nips and licks. One big hand cupped her breast, squeezing, palming her flesh, her nipple digging into his palm. She leaned her head back and moaned, wriggling her hips, urging him to start thrusting again.
"Braden, please. Please."
She squeezed her inner walls around him.
Jesus, fuck.
The words came out on a groan.
You make it impossible to go slow.
She nuzzled his cheek, her lips feeling the warmth of his skin.
"Because I don't want you to."
Giving her what she asked for, he began to move, taking her harder, faster, her body responding to the friction and pressure. The quickening began slowly, a delicious swirl of need that built into a frenzied tornado of desire. Her orgasm rushed over her at record speed, a climax of her body, heart, and soul, because of the man thrusting into her over and over. She peaked, crashed, fell headlong into bliss. Bright flashes of light, exquisite sensations of all her nerve endings colliding at once, topped off by the harsh groan, followed by the rumble of her name in her ear, as Braden came hard, his orgasm colliding with hers. Chapter 9. Braden held the bulk of their weight, and his legs nearly gave out from under him, but he grabbed onto Juliet, her body soft and warm around his as she collapsed against his chest. He carried them out of the pool and laid her down onto a lounge, grabbing a towel from a nearby chair and covering her with it so she could dry off. He found another towel for himself and wrapped it around his waist, looking down at this woman he knew he could fall hard for if he wasn't so tied up in knots about the things that could tear them apart. His father and the times he'd have to put him first and ultimately lose her like he had Emily. Her father and the money that had exchanged hands and dirtied his. And the financial differences between them. Her father would never approve of him, and someday that would matter to her, as would living on a shoestring budget. The thoughts jolted through him, but he had her for now, and he intended to make the most of it. Before he could even push the painful truths aside, his cell phone rang, making him realize it had gone off while they were in the pool. He picked it up and saw it was Lucy.
"Is it important?"
Juliet asked, pushing herself into a sitting position, holding the towel against her chest. He rolled his shoulders.
Maybe it's Lucy.
He answered quickly.
Hello?
"Braden, oh my God, your father's gone,"
she said in a panic, her voice rising, fear obvious. He stiffened at her words.
What do you mean gone?
"I went to the bathroom. He'd been napping on the couch after his friend left. I came back, the front door was open and he was gone. I ran outside, looked up and down the street. He's nowhere to be found. I called our nearest neighbors. Nobody's seen him."
He pulled in a deep breath, grabbing for his shorts.
Well, he couldn't have gotten far, right? Mobilize the neighbors and get everyone looking. If we don't find him within the hour, I'll call the police.
He hung up and ran a shaking hand through his hair.
"Braden?"
My dad wandered off,
he said, pulling on his shorts and then his top. She grabbed her bikini and pulled on the bottoms. "I'm coming with you," she said, reaching for her top next. He nodded as she hooked herself up and threw on a cover-up she had on the chair.
"Ready."
They rushed to his car, Juliet leaving her convertible at her aunt's house. The drive to his house was quiet, panic filling Braden at the thought of his father confused, wandering the streets alone. He wouldn't know how to get back home. But he was aware of Juliet, quiet and stoic by his side, her hand on his thigh as he drove. They arrived to find Lucy waiting at the house in case his father did manage to make his way home. She said the neighbors were searching, while Braden had driven the streets on the way home, his window open, looking on everyone's front porch in case his dad had the wrong house. Juliet had taken the view of the opposite side of the street.
"I'm so sorry, Braden," Lucy said, wringing her hands in dismay.
Hey.
He put a hand on her shoulder.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Braden could have been home, gone to the bathroom, and come out to find his father gone.
I'm gonna go out and start yelling for him. Maybe if he hears my voice, he'll pop out of somewhere. In the meantime, if I don't let you know that I've found him in the next 15 minutes, call the police. There are photos of him on the mantel. They can issue a missing vulnerable adult alert and help us search.
He left Juliet in the house with Lucy, attempting to calm the guilt-ridden woman down, and he ran out the door. He started down the street, yelling his father's name and Dad until he was hoarse. Then he started back in the other direction. By then, the police cars were in the driveway, and local cops were out on foot, also searching. Sweat dripped down his back as he wound his way in and around the nearby homes, in the back, by the swing sets, anywhere he could think of, but he didn't find him. He dragged himself home to find a cop in the house, waiting to talk to him. Apparently, he'd already questioned Lucy and even Juliet before moving on to Braden. Braden knew most of the local PD, but this guy was new. He sat through a barrage of what felt like insulting questions. Where was he and what was he doing when his father disappeared? And then the usual, what was he wearing? Braden didn't know because he'd been making love to Juliet when his father walked out. Rationally, he knew that what he'd told Lucy was true. It could have been Braden who'd been home when Jonathan had left. But it hadn't been, and Braden felt just as guilty as Lucy, if not more, because it was his father, and he felt like he should have been present. He paced the floor of the family room, now letting the police do their job because he'd come up empty, and he wanted to be here when his dad returned. Juliet remained quiet. She made Lucy a cup of tea, which Braden declined when she offered some to him, and she sat by his side when he finally collapsed onto the sofa. Sitting didn't last long, and soon he wanted to go out searching again, but there were now 3 officers looking, and they seemed insistent that Braden wait at home to be there when they found his father, knowing he'd be confused by strangers and the fuss. Juliet squeezed his hand as he looked out the window onto the street.
They'll find him, Braden.
He nodded.
I ran away once when I was a kid.
She met his gaze.
You did? Why?
Would you believe I can't remember why, but I do remember where I thought I was going. To my grandparents, not realizing they lived out of state and I never could have gotten there on foot.
He shook his head, smiling despite how serious things were at the moment.
I packed up my backpack and headed out while my mom was in the kitchen making dinner.
What happened?
She asked. He laughed.
I made it as far as my friend's house down the block. I got hungry, or at least that was my excuse to go back home. Mrs. Perry called my mom and she came and picked me up. She'd realized I was gone by then and had just started to panic.
I'll bet.
He hung his head and sighed.
I now know what I would have put her through had I been gone longer.
You're a kid, and your dad's a confused older man. In his case, the police will find him. I have faith.
He squeezed her hand and held on to her faith because his was tied up in pure fear and panic at the moment. The afternoon passed, and soon it was dinner time. Braden thanked God that it was summer and daylight lasted late, helping them in their search. Suddenly he heard a siren and a police car came into view. He ran outside as the vehicle pulled into the driveway and the officer who'd been questioning Braden earlier stepped out the driver's side.
We found him,
the uniformed man said, walking to the back and opening the door. Braden ran down the walkway and met his father just as he was being helped out of the vehicle. Juliet followed close behind. Lucy ran up beside her.
Dad, thank God.
Braden hugged his father tight, careful not to squeeze too hard and hurt him, aware of how fragile his dad felt in his arms.
Where was he?
He asked the officer, adding a quick,
"Thank you,"
at the end. He was so shaken up he could barely remember his own name.
"A block and a half away in a hammock in the back of someone's house,"
the dark-haired man said. Braden closed his eyes and shook his head.
Jesus, we had a hammock in the backyard growing up. Dad used to nap there in the afternoons.
The officer shot him an understanding, partially pitying look.
Dad, are you feeling okay?
Braden wrapped an arm around his shoulder. He frowned.
I fell asleep. This man woke me up from my nap, Jonathan said, sounding annoyed. I'm just glad we found him safe and sound, the officer said. I notified the other searching unit and the alert has been called off. I can't thank you enough, Braden said.
The cop nodded.
My pleasure. Come on, Dad, let's get inside. You gave Lucy quite a scare,
he said, his own inside still quivering.
You did, Jonathan. I turned around and you were gone. Are you hungry? She asked. I have a casserole for dinner and I can heat you up a serving.
She took his father's arm and led him back into the house. Braden stayed outside for a few minutes with Juliet, catching his breath. Hell, really breathing for the first time in hours. She pulled him into a hug, and he came willingly, taking the comfort she had to offer.
God, that could have ended so much differently. If he'd gone another direction, made it to the highway.
But he didn't, she said, her arms tight around him. He's home, and he's safe, and that's what matters right now.
He closed his eyes and nodded, but deep down he knew other things mattered too, like their current situation. Deep down, Braden knew things couldn't stay as they were, Lucy alternating with Braden to watch his father. Big, expensive decisions were looming ahead of him, and they weren't good ones either. Juliet's sister Haley picked her up and drove her to her aunt's to get her car. Afterwards, she told Braden she would be going home to shower and change, and she insisted on returning to help with dinner. Given how wiped out he was feeling, he hadn't been about to argue. His father had lain down and was still sleeping off his adventure, while Braden was still trying to get over the trauma of the hours his dad went missing. Juliet arrived, her hair in a ponytail, her face freshly washed with no makeup, as if she'd rushed to get back to him, and he appreciated her more than words could express. They ate a quiet dinner, Juliet putting a portion aside in case his father woke up and was hungry. They cleaned up and made their way to his bedroom. While she waited, he showered, washing away the grime and worries of the day, which were replaced by more pragmatic concerns tonight, like making phone calls to his list of Alzheimer's nursing homes first thing in the morning. The only thing getting him through was knowing Juliet waited for him in his bedroom. The money her father had and would pay him would go a long way toward helping him financially, but the guilt wrapped around his throat and wouldn't let go. He couldn't be sleeping with her and care about her the way he did and still take her father's cash, not if he wanted to live with himself, which meant he had to pay back the money and deal with the financial consequences. He'd managed when things were tight before, and he could do it again. At least he'd have a clear conscience and could look both himself and Juliet in the eye. He towel-dried his hair and pulled on a pair of sweats before walking back into his room. Juliet lay on the mattress, propped up on a set of pillows, waiting for him. Nothing about her position, dress, or mannerism was sexual, but seeing her in his bed enticed him anyway. She looked like she belonged there, his to come home to after a long day. He slid onto the comforter beside her, hooking one leg around hers.
Hey.
Hi. Tough day. He nodded.
You can say that again.
He reached out and pulled her into his arms, her head resting against his chest. The scent of coconut in her hair was as arousing as she was tempting, but right now he sought and found comfort in having her near.
What are you going to do?
She asked. He didn't need to ask what she meant.
Take that next hard step. Put him somewhere where there are safeguards in place to keep people with his condition protected from themselves.
She nodded against his chest.
I know you've delayed doing it as long as possible.
I have. But I'm also pragmatic, and I have his name at places with waiting lists. I'm going to make the phone calls tomorrow, see what kind of time frame I'm looking at.
He stroked her hair, calming himself with the soft feel of the silky strands.
Smart,
she said on a yawn, the stress of the day catching up to her as well.
It must be an expensive proposition, paying for that kind of care.
It is. Though I've been preparing for it since I found out it hasn't been long enough,
he admitted.
Things will be tight, but I'll manage.
He'd do anything to take care of his father, the way his dad had always taken care of him. Juliet fell asleep in Braden's arms, and she woke up alone, but she heard the sounds of men's voices in the other room. Braden and his dad. Her heart went out to both men, his father for losing memories and the life he had, and Braden for watching his father's disintegration while dealing with his own personal loss. She sat up in bed and sighed. Yesterday, she'd done all she could do for Braden. Today, she'd let him deal with the painful calls he needed to make and give him time to decide what he was going to do about the father he loved. She paused in the bathroom to wash her face and run her fingers through her hair before walking out to say goodbye to the men. She stepped into the kitchen. Jonathan was eating a bowl of cereal, and Braden was staring into his coffee mug.
Good morning,
she said, trying to be bright and chipper. His father didn't look up from his food.
Morning,
Braden said, treating her to a warm smile.
Sleep well?
She nodded. Very.
Because she'd been wrapped in his arms.
Coffee, tea, breakfast?
Braden asked. She shook her head.
No thanks, I'll get something at home. I need to shower and clean up, then call Phoebe and see what she needs from me next.
She walked over and kissed his cheek.
Take care, she said.
She stepped away, but he grasped her hand and spun her back to face him. He pulled her against him. Freshly showered, he smelled manly and delicious.
He
began. She held her breath, waiting for him to continue. He didn't.
Yes?
She asked in the wake of his silence.
I just wanted to say thank you for everything you did for me and my father.
She nodded.
Of course I was there for you.
He'd become an integral part of her life in a very short time. She'd come to care for him deeply. She wanted to help him with his fractured family and know he was there for her when things in her own life got complicated. They could be a good team, she thought, not in the least bit frightened off by the strong feelings she was developing for this special man. After Juliet left and Lucy came over, Braden showered, dressed, and sat down on the bed in his room, door locked, to begin calling nursing homes. His first choice didn't have any openings, and he wasn't high enough on the waiting list if something changed, but his second option was more optimistic. They felt there would potentially be an open bed and room for his father in a week or so. The reality of the situation made Braden feel sick, because the spot for his dad would come at the expense of someone else's life. The whole process was depressing, he thought, and he was actually looking forward to going into work. He and Lucy talked this morning and agreed to locking the doors with the deadbolt for the few times she'd have to go to the bathroom. Prior to yesterday, it had never dawned on him that his father would wander away. Lucy would be more vigilant now. For now, Braden decided it was okay to head into work for a few hours to get his mind onto something else for a while. He drove to the office and had just walked inside when Mike called out his name.
Braden, get in here.
He strode back to his partner's desk, responding to the urgency in Mike's voice.
What's going on?
Mike stood as Braden walked in.
I had the police scanner on, you know, my favorite pastime, and Juliet's name came over the air. Burglary at her apartment.
Braden blinked in surprise.
Son of a bitch, first her car was broken into and now this? Did the cops get the guy?
He asked.
Didn't sound like it,
Mike said with a shake of his head.
They arrived at the scene and he was gone. It wasn't a robbery in progress.
Braden ran a hand through his hair in frustration and worry.
Is she okay?
He asked.
From what I understand, yes.
He jerked his head.
I'm going over there. Sorry to leave you to hold down the fort again.
Mike waved away his concern.
I've got it. Besides, I'll be out this afternoon on a job anyway.
With a nod, Braden headed out. The drive there seemed endless, his thoughts on Juliet. Was she scared? Worried? Freaked out by a second intrusion? He wanted to be there to comfort her, to stand between her and anyone who wanted to hurt her. With Juliet, he felt a protectiveness unlike anything he'd experienced before. Not even with Emily, who he'd once asked to marry him, had he felt the depths of what he felt for Juliet. Because he loved her. He loved her in a way that surpassed concerns about her not accepting the fact that life came with issues and complications, because he knew in his soul she'd understand. She'd proven that to him already. Now he had to do right by her and be there when she needed him. He pulled into the back parking lot, rushed across the pavement and up the stairs. Stepping through the open door, he saw the apartment had been trashed, couch pillows on the floor, broken items strewn around. Juliet was dressed in the same outfit she'd been wearing in his kitchen this morning, talking to one of the officers who'd helped out looking for his father yesterday. She glanced up and her eyes leveled on his.
Braden!
She jumped up and ran straight for him. He caught her in his arms.
What happened?
He asked, keeping her hugged tight to him while turning to face the cop in the room.
I came home and my door was wide open. The place was a mess. I have no idea what's missing, if anything.
She looked more angry than afraid, for which he was glad. He didn't want her spooked.
Officer Chase, on top of the car break-in, are you thinking this is targeted in any way?
Braden asked.
We're considering all angles. We dusted point of entry and exit, but as you know, that only helps if the perp's prints are in the system, and we have to send it out to a bigger city to check.
So it could take forever to get information back, Braden thought. Officer Chase rose to his feet.
I'll be in touch.
Thank you, Juliet said. He walked out, shutting the door behind him. I can't believe this. You think it's connected to whoever broke into my car? Juliet paced back and forth in the small apartment.
I think we have to consider the possibility.
She sighed. Fine, but that doesn't help me now. She gestured around the messy apartment. I have to clean it up, make a list of what, if anything, is missing. He didn't miss the catch in her voice, and he wanted to protect her from things that could hurt her.
I'll help you get this place in order.
What about your father? She asked. Don't you need to be with him?
He's with Lucy. As for work, Mike's the one who heard about your break-in on the police scanner. He knows I'm with you. Give me a broom?
She nodded and headed for the small closet and handed it to him. As he swept up glass, she righted pillows and framed photographs.
We have to consider people in your life who might want something from you, or at least scare you.
She bit down on her lower lip, the sight doing something intense to his cock. But he had more pressing things to worry about than having sex with her, as much as he wanted to be buried balls deep and forget her problems as well as his. The only ones looking for anything from me are my parents. My father wants me to come home, and my mother wants cash. My father wouldn't deliberately scare me, and my mother's a wild card. He settled onto a chair while she finished straightening the last of the tossed knickknacks. Her father was an asshole, but would he scare the child he claimed to love? He just might. But he wasn't about to bring that up now and upset her even more.
Your mother is a possibility,
he said instead.
Did you give her name to the police?
He asked. She shook her head. I didn't think of her until you asked who wanted something from me, and even if I had, I wouldn't have named her. She looked down at him with wide, vulnerable eyes. She's still my mother. He grasped her hand and pulled her into his lap.
I get that. Respect it even.
Thank you for coming today. I was handling it, but I have to admit it helped to see you standing in the doorway. I knew I wasn't alone. She wriggled her ass into his groin, and he swallowed a groan. He pulled her tight against him, acknowledging that she'd tangled him up inside. From the need to protect her, to the desire to fuck her, to the deep-seated yearning to make love to her. She was everything he needed in one beautiful, vulnerable yet strong package. Still, he didn't delude himself. This entire situation was a time bomb waiting to explode, unless he took steps to make things better. And in the back of his mind, he was already formulating a plan. By the time she learned the truth, he planned to have smoothed over the worst of his transgressions, and then he could tell her how he truly felt about her. That he loved her and would never intentionally hurt her. When she wasn't under the pressure of having had her life violated, he'd tell her about the job for her father and hope she understood that although they'd met under false pretenses, everything else between them was incredibly real. Chapter 10. The next day, Braden settled behind his desk at his office with one job in mind. Step 1 in freeing himself to talk to Juliet and come clean. He picked up his phone and dialed Juliet's father, the other man answering on the first ring.
Mr. Collins, this is Braden Clark,
he said, certain he was doing the right thing.
It's about time. I hope you have something more current for me about my daughter other than she's fine,
the other man said, clearly pissed off. And from his perspective, rightfully so. Braden hadn't been forthcoming with information, as was his job.
Actually, I'm calling to let you know I'm going to be returning your money. Now that I've gotten to know and like your daughter, I don't feel right about this assignment.
Braden opted for a vague explanation, knowing her father would only explode if he knew any more details about Braden's relationship with Juliet.
Excuse me?
Andrew said, voice rising.
You're a private investigator. It's your job to tail people and report back to the person paying. Now you're telling me you've developed a conscience?
He asked, mocking Braden's reasoning.
What is your relationship with my daughter anyway?
Braden didn't reply. He understood the man's anger and questions. It didn't make sense for Braden to refuse to do his job, but for the fact that he'd fallen in love with Juliet, something he wasn't going to tell Andrew Collins before he told the woman herself. Once he'd explained all, if she forgave him, they could figure out together how to tell her father they were involved in a relationship. One step at a time, he thought. In the meantime, he hoped that being able to come to Juliet and tell her he'd given back the money would go a long way towards softening the blow that she'd been a job to him when they first met.
This is ridiculous. I never should have let her go to that godforsaken town alone. I'm going to get her back myself. Thank you for nothing, Mr. Clark, and I'd better see my money refunded as soon as possible.
Andrew Collins disconnected the call without saying goodbye. Braden stared at his phone, stomach sinking,
because with her father coming to town, his window for telling Juliet about him working for her father, in his own way and his own time, had just shrunk way down. She had an appointment with her sister scheduled this afternoon, so he'd have to see her later tonight, in person, and talk to her, hoping he still had a relationship left after he admitted the truth. Juliet accompanied Phoebe to a new house that her sister planned to list for sale. She didn't mention the break-in, not wanting to worry her sister. She could handle things on her own. They walked into a mansion with gorgeous marble flooring and a circular staircase on either side of the house, coming together in a bridge on the second floor.
"This place is incredible,"
Juliet said, looking up at the mural on the wall above the bridge. Phoebe nodded.
"It is."
She smoothed a hand over her bone-colored skirt.
"It just needs some warmth added to it. The place needs to look like a family can live here, as opposed to a picture-perfect museum showpiece."
With a nod, Juliet made some notes on her phone.
"I can do that." "Great. Want to get lunch before I have to go back to the office?" Phoebe asked.
"I'd love to. Let's just go through all of the rooms so I can make some more notes of what I need in order to stage the house, and then we can go. Lead the way." Phoebe gestured with one hand for Juliet to begin. They walked through the bedrooms and were heading to the kitchen when Phoebe's cell rang. She dug it out of her purse and answered.
"Hello?"
Juliet paused, waiting for her sister to take the call.
"Hey, Haley, Juliet and I are just finishing up some work. Want to meet us for lunch after?"
Phoebe paused, then said,
"What? She's where?"
Another pause while Juliet listened to whatever Haley was saying.
"No, you are not going alone. We'll be right there. We're going to handle this together, all three of us."
Phoebe disconnected the call and met Juliet's gaze.
"What's wrong?"
she asked, worried by her sister's tone of voice and the concern etching her features.
"Our mother was arrested and called Haley."
A muscle ticked in Phoebe's jaw as she spoke.
I don't know which part of that sentence to be more surprised by.
That their mother had gotten into trouble once more, or that she thought any of her children would help her out. The wry look that crossed Phoebe's face would have been priceless if it weren't for the fact that the situation was so very sad.
"We're going to Haley's to pick her up, and then we're going to deal with our mother once and for all," Phoebe said. "She can't think that we're going to clean up her messes or bail her out. United we stand and all that,"
Juliet quipped, although her stomach was churning at the thought of seeing the woman who'd given birth to her defeated in a jail cell. For all her faults, this was the mother she'd built up in her mind as a little girl, as one who'd loved her until she'd tragically died. The reality was wholly different, and it hurt.
"Are you okay?"
Phoebe put a hand on her arm. With a sigh, Juliet forced herself to shake off the melancholy. Her mother had made her choices, and those choices hadn't been her children.
"I'm fine."
Juliet straightened her shoulders, strengthening herself from the inside out.
"And I'm ready to go deal with our mom."
A short while later, they'd picked up Haley and headed to the jail where Meg was being held, in the next town over from Rosewood Bay. A dank facility with dim lighting and peeling paint on the walls, it matched Juliet's mood as they waited for Meg to be brought out to them. Haley stepped from foot to foot while Phoebe tapped a toe impatiently against the filthy floor. Juliet, meanwhile, twisted her hands together, unable to control her nerves while waiting for the confrontation to come. Suddenly, the door behind them opened, and a police officer stood beside their mother, his hand on her arm as he pushed her inside.
10 minutes.
Meg strode around to a chair and lowered herself into it. Wearing a ripped and dirty shirt and a pair of ratty jeans, her light brown hair greasy and hanging in limp strands, she looked like she belonged in the prison. No light shone in her blue eyes, and lines bracketed her mouth. And her hands shook as she tucked her hair behind her ear.
"My girls, I knew when the chips were down you'd come help me."
As the oldest, and apparently the one with the hardest heart against their mother, Phoebe had insisted on speaking first. She stepped up to the table and braced her hands on it.
"Good job, Meg. You violated your parole, and you're looking at more time courtesy of another drug bust, thanks to your most recent guy. You really do hang out with the finest people. I hope they're going to bail you out because I won't be helping you."
Meg blinked in surprise, as if she'd expected pity from her oldest, and not disdain. She shifted her gaze to Haley.
"Honey."
Oh, no.
Haley shook her head.
I stopped being anything to you the day you stole my ring right out from under me. You used me under the pretense of saying you wanted a relationship, so no, I'm not your honey or darling. I'm not even your daughter anymore.
Her mother's strong facade crumbled, and real panic crossed her haggard features. At her sister's words, a lump rose to Juliet's throat. No matter what, this was their only parent, and they were severing ties, walking away. It was the right thing to do. She just wished it weren't so painful. Meg looked to her last child.
Juliet, you'll help me, right? Pay my bail if they'll give me any, get me a lawyer.
She swallowed hard, gathered her courage, and stepped forward, taking her turn.
No, I won't. You weren't there for me as a child. You chose money and drugs over being a mother. You don't deserve to have daughters now.
Her words caught in her throat, but she said them aloud like her sisters had, making her point. They'd all made their point.
Girls, please.
Meg rose to her feet, wringing her hands.
I know I've made mistakes, but I want to change. We don't care what you want,
Phoebe said. Reaching out, she grasped Haley's hand. Haley, in turn, took Juliet's. We came to tell you this is goodbye, Haley said, and started for the door. Holding onto her sister's hand, Juliet glanced at her mother once more, turned, and walked out of the room, following after them. Hours later, Juliet sat in her apartment with an open bottle of wine. She stared out the window of her bedroom that overlooked the parking lot. Not exactly the best view, but she didn't need bright scenery when her mood was blue. The sadness of the day still permeated her very soul. Her sisters had gone to their men, but Juliet didn't want to burden Braden with any more of her problems. He'd already helped her after her car and apartment were broken into. She didn't want to keep coming to him with her issues. He had enough on his plate with his father's situation. He didn't need to add her to his concerns. Her cell phone buzzed and she glanced down. Her father was calling. Just the man she didn't want to talk to. Any I told you so's from him would not be welcome. And if he knew of the 2 break-ins and the fact that she'd gone to see her mother in jail, that would be exactly what he'd say. She'd spoken to him a few days ago, and again he'd begged her to come home, but she'd told him in no uncertain terms she was staying here. As she'd informed him, she had her job with Phoebe that was giving her a newfound sense of independence and pride, and she was building a life here in Rosewood Bay with her sisters and their families. And she had Braden, not that she'd said as much. She took a sip of the wine and let the fruity taste glide down her throat. Not only hadn't she told her father about the car break-in, she hadn't told him she was in a relationship either. Given how overprotective he was, he'd want to know more information than she was comfortable sharing about the man with whom she was involved. Her relationship with Braden meant so much to her. She wanted to keep it safe, healthy, and private. Her father had no right to know anything more than she wanted to share. She told herself it wasn't because he wouldn't approve of Braden, which he wouldn't, because Braden was a solid working-class guy who didn't fit her father's idea of the perfect man for his princess daughter. She sighed, and when a knock sounded, it was a relief from her thoughts, which had strayed back to her mother in prison. She wiped a tear from her eye, put her glass down on her nightstand, and headed to her door. A glance told her it was Braden. Happy to see him, she opened the door and let him in.
Hi.
Hi yourself,
he said in a gruff voice. He stepped past her and walked inside without speaking.
What's wrong?
She asked in the wake of his silence.
We need to talk.
He glanced up and met her gaze.
Wait, have you been crying?
He clasped her chin in his hand and studied her face intently. She sighed, knowing she had to explain.
I had a little drama today.
She bit down on the inside of her cheek.
My mother called Haley from jail. She was arrested and expected one of us to bail her out.
Shit,
he muttered.
What happened?
She explained the trip to the jail and the confrontation that had followed.
Walking away from my mother in jail, despite the fact that I don't really know her and never did, it hurt.
She blinked and a tear fell. He caught it with his thumb, brushing the moisture away.
I'm sorry.
She nodded.
Watching my sisters have their say before I did the same, it was painful.
She shook her head, recalling the experience in vivid detail.
The amazing thing, my mother seemed shocked, like she really thought at least one of us would bail her out.
She was never your mother,
he said in a low tone, angry on her behalf.
No, but when I was little, I had this vision of what it would have been like had she lived. And when I did, I thought of a mom who cooked meals and braided my hair and held me when I cried. Meeting Meg, coming face to face with reality. It was such a disappointment, she said, her voice cracking.
He toyed with a strand of her hair, reassuring her just by being there.
Today was a shock, that's all.
And how are your sisters?
He asked. She rolled her shoulders.
I imagine about as good as I am. We'll all live with what we did, understand it was for the best, but know it hurts anyway.
You're strong, and I'm proud of you,
he murmured. She smiled, leaning against his chest.
I'm glad you came by.
She let the silence envelop them, listening to his heartbeat.
I'm glad I have you in my life.
I'm not going anywhere,
he promised her, wrapping her in his arms, holding tight, making his promise physical as well as emotional. And she believed him.
You said you wanted to talk?
She asked, tipping her head back to meet his gaze.
It can wait until later. You need time to process what happened today with your mom.
Thank you for giving me what I need.
She slid her arms around his neck, pressing a kiss to his jaw. With the graze of her lips against his skin, her body sizzled with awareness, that delicious manly scent she associated with him seeping into her pores. He lifted her, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, notching her sex against the hard ridge of his erection, stifling a moan at the intense sensation that flowed through her.
Kiss me and make me forget,
she said. She threaded her fingers into his hair and sealed her lips over his. Mouths touched, the spark lit, and flames erupted, the kiss quickly escalating into something fierce and breathtaking. He lifted his hand to the back of her head, holding her in place while his mouth devoured hers. Warm lips, searching tongues, she was dizzy with the power of their joining. He walked her to the sofa and deposited her on the cushion, tearing at her shirt, pulling it up and over her head. Her shorts came next, down and off her legs, panties along with it. He kicked off his shoes and socks. She undressed him next, his shirt going the way of hers, his jeans coming off with his boxer briefs until his erection sprung free. He eased down beside her as she gripped his shaft in her hand and slid her hand up and down his smooth, hard cock, her thumb rubbing over the pre-cum on the head. He groaned, dipping his head and pulling one nipple into his mouth. Her hips bucked with the force of the suction, her sex spasming with the pull of his lips, the grazing of his teeth. She pumped her hand up and down again, her hand now slick.
Fuck,
he said on a groan, jerking his hips in time to her movement before slowing himself down.
I don't want to come in your hand,
he gritted out.
No, I want you coming inside me.
She lifted herself up and slid one leg over his waist so she straddled him, positioning herself over his straining shaft. Then she released her hold and slid down, taking him inside her, their bodies joining together, her clit grinding against his pubic bone. A shock went through her, a delicious surge of desire cascading through her system.
Move,
he said, his hands resting on her waist. She began to push herself up and down on the thick cock inside her. With every lift and drop of her lower body, the waves of arousal washed over her, higher and stronger than before. She moved quickly, searching for the elusive orgasm just out of reach, but Braden squeezed her hips, slowing her down. What started as frenzied need became a slow, steady, overwhelming experience.
Look at me.
She met his gaze, their eyes locked, and an emotional understanding passed between them. The love she felt for him expressed back to her with his body. Warmth and connection overwhelmed her as she fell the rest of the way, head over heels for him. Her body was gone along with her mind, while with his hands on her hips guiding her, she rocked against him, undulating waves of pleasure continuously building, taking her higher.
Oh, God.
Her body spasmed, the beginning of her climax hitting her suddenly.
I'm coming.
The next surge took her over and under, sweeping her away in unbelievable pleasure as she came apart in his arms. Braden followed, His climax on the heels of her own, his big body stiffening before he came inside her, triggering another powerful orgasm inside her, causing her to cry out as she came again. She collapsed against him, breathing heavily into his neck, trying to catch her breath. Braden had the night to himself, Lucy having slept in the guest room at his house. He woke up to find himself alone in Juliet's bed, the weight of what he had to do resting on his shoulders. He'd fallen in love with the one woman he should have stayed away from, at least until he was free and clear to come to her without the burden of working for her father hanging over him. Instead, he'd thought he could handle things. He hadn't counted on the relationship consuming him, becoming real and meaningful, on not wanting to live without her. Now he risked losing her. Juliet stepped out of the bathroom, her hair damp, wearing a short silk robe tied around her body, looking sexy and irresistible, but he had to focus on more important things than their physical attraction.
"Good morning," she said with a smile.
Morning.
She sat on the edge of the bed and met his gaze.
"So you never told me what the nursing home said about taking your dad,"
she said before he had the chance to put his plan to tell her into action. He put a hand behind the back of his head and groaned.
I'm hoping a bed will open up this week. Of course, that comes at the expense of someone else losing their battle with this damn disease.
The usual flow of melancholy at the subject washed over him.
So essentially, I'm hoping he can move in soon.
"Have you told your father about the impending changes?"
she asked. He shook his head.
I don't want to add to his daily stress. If he panics, it's all he'll think about, when he's in the present anyway. And stress can trigger episodes of forgetfulness. I'll wait until I get a call, then tell him the day before. I'm afraid to give him more than one night to mull it over and digest.
"I'm sorry. I know how difficult this is for you."
She reached out and covered his hand with hers. He managed to smile.
I don't have any illusions. Until he sees it's best for him, he's going to be hurt and angry, and I have to live with that.
He dipped his head.
He's going to hate me.
"I'll help you any way I can,"
she said, her fingers wrapping around his hand.
I know you will.
He looked down at their intertwined hands.
Juliet, I need to talk to you.
"Okay."
She looked at him, curiosity in her blue eyes.
It's about how we met.
Before he could continue, a loud banging sounded at her door.
"Sorry, hang on."
She rose and tightened the sash on her robe, then walked out of the bedroom and to the door. Braden slid out of bed, reaching for his jeans as he heard Juliet's voice.
"Dad! Oh my God, what are you doing here?"
Son of a bitch, Braden thought. Talk about time running out. Chapter 11. Juliet stood face to face with her father, his frustration and anger with her clear in both his expression and his tone. He wore his usual three-piece suit like he was dressed for work, and his frown furrowed his brows. She'd been putting him off all summer, and she had no choice but to make her stand with him now.
"Dad."
I've had enough of your so-called independence. It's time to come home.
She straightened her shoulders.
"I'm sorry, did you just order me to return?"
she asked, appalled. It was bad enough he was mocking her need to stand on her own, but treating her like a child?
I waited for you to do it on your own, but that hasn't happened.
Her father smoothed a hand over his left breast pocket, lingering on the region of his heart in an obvious attempt to manipulate her, something she was finished allowing him to do.
"I told you I'm staying in Rosewood Bay."
Where it's not safe. Someone already broke into your car and—
"Wait, how do you know that?"
Juliet asked. He hesitated before answering.
The insurance company called about the deductible.
She narrowed her gaze.
"I dealt with the insurance company. They were directly in touch with me."
They had no reason to speak to her father. Something wasn't adding up. He shook his head sharply.
Juliet, focus on what's important and be reasonable. You're living in this shack of an apartment,
he said, gesturing around her.
The place has a dark entryway overlooking nothing but a parking lot, so someone was able to break in. Just how is it you think you're fine here on your own?
His voice rose along with his anger.
How do you know her apartment was broken into?
Braden asked, joining her. A glance told her he'd taken the time to get dressed. He didn't look like he'd just rolled out of her bed, but he had walked out of her bedroom, something her father wouldn't miss.
Were you responsible for the break-ins, hoping to drive her back home where you think she belongs?
Braden stepped up beside her. Heart in her throat, she glanced at her father, knowing Braden's accusation made sense.
"Dad?"
she asked, her voice hoarse. Her father's gaze fell on Braden, his scowl immediate.
So now you're slumming with the locals.
Disdain dripped from his tone. "Dad, that's rude," Juliet exclaimed, but she noticed he hadn't answered Braden's question. "Did you set up the break-ins?" She prayed with everything in her she was wrong, that he hadn't compounded a lifetime of lies with something so awful.
You're questioning me? That's impertinent considering you're sleeping with the man I hired to keep an eye on you.
Her father's gaze zeroed in on Braden.
I recognize you from your website, Mr. Clark. I knew there was something going on between you and my daughter.
His words slapped her across the face. "I'm sorry, what?" She looked from her father to Braden and back to her father again. "This can't be possible." Her stomach twisted in denial, and she glanced at Braden again, begging him to deny her father's words.
Juliet, let's talk about this alone,
Braden said, his tone all but imploring her, which meant it was true. The man who'd befriended her that first day in town, the man she'd come to trust to have her back time after time, the man she'd grown to love, had betrayed her.
"You work for him?"
she asked, horrified. Pain laced her tone as much as it cut through her heart. His expression held remorse and agony.
Not anymore. I returned his money, he said. When I realized I loved you, I couldn't keep it or take any more.
He shoved his hands into his front pockets, studying her intently.
I started to tell you this morning, remember?
She blinked at the memory of his need to talk before her father's arrival.
"But you had all summer to mention it,"
she said, heart thudding painfully in her chest.
"Instead, you let everything between us start with and become a lie."
That's not true. And if you look in your heart, you know I'm right. Juliet!
Her father, who had been watching the exchange with satisfaction, spoke.
Come home with me, where nothing and no one can hurt you again.
She shook her head, holding up a hand.
"Oh no, I don't want to hear one word you have to say. You lied to me about my family. You hired someone to keep an eye on me, and when none of that worked to get me back, you had your own daughter targeted and robbed. How could you?"
He straightened his shoulders.
If you'd just called off this need to find a family, none of my steps would have been necessary. I'll do anything to protect you,
he said without apology.
"I'm 26 years old," she shouted at him. "I'm an adult, not that you've ever treated me like one, and I'm finished with your manipulating me."
Just when she thought she'd gotten used to the fact that he'd lied, now she could add breaking and entering and manipulation to the crimes against his daughter. He wanted her with him not because he loved her, but because he wanted to control her and prevent her from having a life outside of his apartment walls.
"Leave,"
she said to him, pointing to the exit.
But...
Shock laced his tone, his expression one of horror. He'd never thought she'd stand up to him, let alone turn her back on him. As much as it hurt to do, she had no choice. She shook her head, striding over and opening the door.
"Go home, and leave me alone."
He swallowed hard, looking older all of a sudden. To her surprise, he didn't clutch at his chest or feign weakness to get his way. He must have seen her determination and knew now wasn't the time.
I'll talk to you when you've had time to calm down and see I only want what's best for you,
he said, starting for the door, shoulders down, defeat in his posture. Her heart broke at the sight of him, but she knew this stand was the best thing for her. Only she could decide what that was. And with her father gone, she turned to face Braden.
Juliet.
She shook her head.
"Just answer my questions, okay?"
She forced a calm she didn't feel as she spoke to him.
"Our first meeting. A setup?"
He shoved his hands into his jeans pockets, looking humbled.
I got lucky. Recognized you at the coffee shop from the picture your father sent me.
Her heart beat faster in her chest.
"Second meeting? You waiting outside work?"
Part of the job, but I was already hooked. We had chemistry from the beginning, you know that. I liked spending time with you. And when I started to feel guilty because I'd gotten to know you, I tried to stay away. But I couldn't, because I wanted to be with you.
She swallowed hard, remembering those times when she'd thought he wasn't interested in her, when he would disappear from her life. Then he'd return. Because he had a job to do? Or because he wanted to be with her?
You say you cared, yet you kept lying, she said.
He met and held her gaze.
I was hired to do a job, and I told myself as long as all I told your father was that you were okay, I wasn't betraying you.
A muscle ticked in his jaw.
Then the longer the lie went on, the deeper into it I got. The money was going to help pay for my father's care, and things with him were spiraling. In the meantime, I was falling in love with you.
He spread his hands wide, imploring her to believe him.
I was torn up, and I made a mistake.
One that went on way too long.
Why did you try to tell me this morning? She asked. Why, all of a sudden, did you want to come clean?
Had his conscience finally gotten the best of him because he loved her and wanted to make things right? Her heart pounded inside her chest, and she wanted to believe in him, in them. He glanced away before meeting her gaze once more.
I called your father yesterday and told him I was returning his money. He was furious and said he'd come to bring you back home himself. I knew I had to tell you before he did.
Her stomach sank at the revelation that he felt cornered, forced into confessing. She held a hand over her chest.
If you'd just told me the truth, I could have had time to understand your side and forgive you. Instead, you played me. You got cash for using me like my mother did, and you lied to me just like my father.
Raw pain rippled across his face.
Juliet, please. We started out for the wrong reasons, but everything about us, everything we felt and experienced, it was real.
She swiped at a tear with her bare arm.
Just go,
she said, pointing at the door and waiting. He stared at her for a long while before finally resigning himself, blowing out a long breath and heading for the door. Her legs trembled, and she told herself to hang on until she was alone, that once he was gone, then she could fall apart. She couldn't look into the eyes of the man she loved, the one who'd betrayed her, any longer. And she knew she loved him, the kind of love she read about in novels, all-consuming, passionate, emotional love. But this was her first relationship, and she'd let herself be played. The most fundamental people in her life, her mother and her father, had lied and betrayed her. No matter how she tried to find a way to live with what she'd learned, Braden's lie stood between them. How could she trust in anything now? Finally, he pulled the door closed, and it shut behind him with a loud, final click. Braden phoned, texted, and stopped by Juliet's apartment early the next day. She ignored his calls, his messages, and she wasn't at home. Her car wasn't parked in the lot either, which meant she'd chosen a sister to go to. He didn't know which sibling she'd picked, and he was certain neither one would help him get in touch with her now. Another day passed with the same attempts and no results. He blamed himself. He should have been better prepared to field the questions about his behavior. He should have picked her up, carried her into a bedroom, and reiterated he loved her until she believed him. Instead, he'd fucked up his life and hurt the person who mattered most to him, the woman with whom he'd wanted to share a future. He loved her. Eventually, he'd have wanted to marry her, have kids with her. He was in that deep. So deep, he was willing to grovel. But because he'd gotten a call he could move his father into a home in 2 days, his father deserved all his focus until then. His own life, issues, love, had to wait. Juliet sat on the beach outside Haley's house, feet in the water, her sister by her side. She wriggled her toes and sighed, feeling the sun beat down on her skin. She was sad. Had spent the last few days wallowing at her sister's where she'd retreated in case Braden came looking for her. She'd wanted time to think things through, but she was no closer to understanding his choices than she'd been when she'd found out about him working for her father. Kane hadn't minded her staying in the guest room, and she appreciated their patience while she sorted through her feelings. You should forgive him, you know. Haley nudged Juliet with her shoulder.
Whose side are you on?
Always yours,
Haley assured her.
But you're miserable, and I bet if I saw Braden, he'd be feeling the same way.
She bit down on her cheek and glanced over the water's waves.
He lied to me for the entire time we were together, knowing how I felt about my father doing the same thing.
Do you think maybe there were extenuating circumstances?
She turned to meet Haley's gaze.
His father?
While considering this mess, she hadn't stopped thinking about Jonathan and his illness, or the pain and suffering both Braden and his father were going through. That, more than anything, had her softening toward Braden, though softening was a long way from being over it.
Just tell me how to trust him again.
Haley stared out at the water while she thought about her reply, then answered. A while ago, I was in your position, wondering how to trust Kane, and he wasn't the one who'd betrayed me. Mom did. Juliet looked at her sister's profile, amazed she'd found her biological siblings after not knowing about them at all, and smiled.
But you managed.
I realized what I'd be missing out on by letting the past control me. You need to think about those same things. If you let Braden back in, do you really think he'd betray or hurt you again? She picked up some sand and sifted it through her fingers, thinking about Haley's words. Did she think Braden, with his kind eyes and warm heart, would really hurt her again?
Not deliberately.
Then maybe you already have your answer. Juliet did nothing but think about her sister's words and her own conclusions, and if she didn't believe Braden would deliberately hurt her, then she needed to hear him out and see what kind of future, if any, they could have. She wanted to look him in the eyes as they talked and gauge the depth of his feelings without the sudden revelation of his betrayal sitting between them. Later that day, she pulled up in front of Braden's house, parked her car, and exited, walking up to the porch. Nerves pitched in her stomach as she rang the doorbell.
They're not home,
Lucy called as she strode across the lawn, meeting Juliet on the front stairs.
Hi, Lucy.
Juliet. The other woman gave her a warm smile.
Do you know where they went?
As much as Juliet had come to see and talk to Braden, she'd hoped to visit with his father, too. Lucy pulled a light sweater over her shoulders. Braden was moving Jonathan into an Alzheimer's facility today. Tears shone in the other woman's compassionate gaze. The answer took Juliet off guard. She'd known the move was coming, but somehow she hadn't let herself believe it was that imminent. And now Braden was dealing with losing his father at the same time he believed he'd lost Juliet. She gnawed on her lower lip.
I'm so sorry to hear that,
she murmured.
Do you know the name of the place Braden took Jonathan?
Horizons. Luckily, it's just a 20-minute drive from here, so Braden can visit often. Juliet nodded.
Do you have the address? I'd like to help him get his father settled.
She hated for Braden to be dealing with something this life-changing alone. They might have their unresolved issues, but she loved him and wanted to be there for him when he left his dad alone in the home for the first time. Lucy gave her the name of the town, and she was able to put the place into her phone and get directions. 20 minutes later, she pulled up to Horizons, parked, and headed to the front desk. She gave her name, asked to see Braden Clark, and waited for him to come to her. Braden might have known this day was coming, but he never could have prepared for how difficult it had been. His father's anger at being uprooted from his life and disappointment in Braden for doing it had come through loud and clear since he'd told him the news. Still, he'd packed up his father's clothing and personal items, his toiletries and other odds and ends, and driven to Horizons early this morning. His dad hadn't spoken to him on the ride, adding to Braden's guilt. He vacillated between wondering if there was more he could have done to keep him home and knowing he was taking his father to a place he'd be cared for better than Braden could possibly do on his own. Getting Jonathan's things unpacked and his personal items like photographs set up around the room went a long way toward acclimating him to his new home. The aides on the floor were cheerful and friendly, as they'd been on Braden's initial visits when deciding on facilities. "Dad, do you want to play a game of cards?" Braden asked. His father ignored him, sitting in the recliner in the room and watching television.
Mr. Clark, there's a visitor here to see you,
Gretchen, the main aide on the floor, said as she knocked on the open door. Braden glanced up. "Someone's here to see my father already?" She shook her head.
No, they asked for you, Juliet Collins,
Gretchen said, reading off a sheet of paper in her hand. What? He couldn't believe he'd heard her right.
Juliet Collins is downstairs waiting for you. I can send her up if you'd like, she offered.
He shook his head, stunned. "No, thank you. I'll go down and get her myself." Juliet was here? He couldn't believe it. He thought she was finished with him. And how had she found out about his father's move today?
Dad, I'll be back in a few minutes,
Braden said, heading out the door into the carpeted hallway. He headed downstairs and caught sight of Juliet waiting by the front desk. Wearing a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, her hair falling around her shoulders and with dark circles beneath her eyes, looking every bit as tired as he felt, she was still a welcome sight.
Hi,
he said, coming up to her.
How did you know where to find me?
Hi. She folded her arms across her chest, her gaze warm on his. I went by your house and Lucy told me. I didn't think you should have to deal with something like this alone. He nodded.
So you decided to come? I have to say I'm surprised. Grateful, but surprised.
He studied her expression, noting she didn't look angry anymore. And she was here, both of which he took as positive signs.
Thank you. Today has been difficult, to say the least. My father's angry and resentful, and I'm not looking forward to the moment when I have to walk out the door for the night.
Because he'd be back to visit tomorrow. He'd come often, especially during this adjustment period, when a familiar face would help his father acclimate while he met new people. Over time, Braden expected to fall into a routine both he and his dad could count on. For as long as his father remembered him, he thought sadly. Hey. Juliet reached out and touched his arm, breaking into his morose thoughts. Do you want to get back to him? I can go. I just didn't want you to think you were alone.
Not just yet, and I think he'd like to see you.
He tipped his head to the side, studying her.
But before we go up, you came to see me, not knowing I was getting him settled here. What did you want?
He asked, his heart beating harder in his chest. He recognized the emotion flowing through him as one he hadn't had much of the last couple of days. Hope. Hope that she was no longer furious or betrayed. Hope that she wanted more than to talk and be friends. Hope for the future. I thought it was time we talk, not a rehash of everything, she rushed to say. I think I've had enough of the facts. I wanted to talk about where we go from here. But not now. Let's go up to your father. We can talk later. He hated waiting, but he agreed. For now, he'd just celebrate the fact that she'd come to him on this most difficult day in his life, and reassure himself that her presence had to mean something. Later, close to dinner time, they left his father as someone came to escort him to the dining hall. Braden's heart was in his throat as he watched his father walk off, shoulders back, holding on to his pride.
Love you, Dad,
Braden said, repeating himself for good measure. Juliet followed Braden's car back to his house. Her heart ached for him, and watching him with his father, every emotion she felt for him had come rushing back. The admiration, affection, and love for this strong man flowed over her, the anger having already dissipated as she'd realized he hadn't intentionally hurt her, that his decisions had been tied up with his father's situation, and in the end, he'd given up her father's money, which would have helped with Jonathan's care, as a gesture of love for Juliet. They settled into the family room, side by side on the couch.
I'm thinking of selling this place,
Braden said, taking her by surprise. What? Why?
Because it's my dad's house, and with him gone, I need to be in a place of my own.
She nodded. That makes sense. I forgive you.
I'm sorry,
he said, both of them speaking at the same time. She laughed.
Ladies first,
he said with a grin. I may not understand why you waited so long to tell me, but I get that it was complicated. And I forgive you. I want to move on, she said, telling him the things she'd finally come to realize. Regret flashed across his handsome face.
I've been beating myself up over it for a long time. And I know you said you don't want to get into it again, so let me just say thank you for your understanding. Now I need to know what moving on means for you, because I can tell you what it means for me.
And she definitely wanted to hear it from his lips. Tell me. He reached out and took her hand.
I'll start with the most important thing. I love you,
he said.
I fell hard and fast for you the minute you poured coffee into my lap and tried to mop up the mess.
She flushed at the memory. Not my finest moment.
I beg to differ,
he said, grinning.
You've been there for me from the beginning. understanding what I needed and accepting whatever I could give you. I want to be that person for you. I want to be there for the good times and the bad. I want to take whatever you'll give me and make the most of every day. And I want to share your joy in the simple things in life. Toes in the sand, skinny dipping day or night.
Her eyes grew damp, and with every word he uttered, her heart filled with more and more love for this special man.
In some ways, we're just beginning, and in other ways, I feel like we're just meant to be.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, and soon he was kissing her, his lips hard on hers, welcoming her back into his life. He slid between her parted lips, tongues tangled, and her heart soared as her world righted itself again. She'd come to Rosewood Bay seeking her family, and she'd gotten so much more than she'd ever hoped for. She'd found Braden, and in him she'd discovered someone who cherished her for the woman she was, not the one her father wanted her to be. She was alive, in love, freed. Epilogue. Juliet moved into the guest house on her aunt's property, taking over the home Phoebe had once lived in, with the same stipulation that she pay rent. She hadn't found her independence only to go backward, and her aunt had understood. Braden, meanwhile, put his house up for sale, and he hoped for a buyer so he could then find something more to his own liking. He had Phoebe selling his father's place and Juliet staging it inside, and he hoped for a fairly quick result. In the interim, he went house hunting with Phoebe in search of a family home, because one day he wanted just that, a family with Juliet. They were in no rush. His city girl was just growing her wings, and he had no desire to clip them in any way. He knew she was his and vice versa. The right time would come. Today, she was rushing around, getting the guest house ready for her first family gathering, a Labor Day get-together. This morning, they'd visited with his dad, who was having longer periods of forgetfulness. He'd thought Juliet was his mother again. It saddened and hurt Braden, but he had to deal with the painful reality, and he was, with Juliet by his side. As Juliet looked around the pool where she'd invited friends and family who were also friends, really, she couldn't have imagined being in such an amazing place in her life 2 short months ago. Her sisters were here, Haley with Kane and their pup, Phoebe with Jake and Jamie, and Andy had come with her son, Nicky. Juliet and Andy had grown close since Juliet started staging homes, using the gorgeous floral arrangements at Andy's shop for the homes Juliet worked in. They had lunch together often, and they'd gone out for dinners. There were also realtors who worked for Phoebe that Juliet had become friendly with as well, who were also here today. Juliet had invited her father, with whom she had a strange sort of détente, because he was her parent and he had raised her. He had of course declined to come, citing his health, but Juliet knew better. She recognized real illness versus blatant attempts at manipulation on his part. As for their mother, she had taken a plea deal to turn in her dealer boyfriend and was once again serving time, but none of the sisters had a relationship with her. Juliet! Her name being called pulled her out of her musings, and she recognized Haley's voice. "What's up?" she asked, turning to her sister. Haley and Kane walked over, her face practically glowing. "We have an announcement to make." "Go right ahead," Juliet said. Kane whistled, gesturing to gather everyone around. Haley waited until they all stood together and began to speak. "While we're all gathered together, I have something to tell you." She paused. "Well, we're all here but Aunt Joy, but I told her my news before she left. So, some of you might have noticed I'm not drinking alcohol tonight, and that's because I'm pregnant." The crowd broke out in applause. Haley blushed, her smile wide, and Kane stood beside her, the couple brimming with happiness. "I'm thrilled for you." Juliet grabbed her sister into a hug before turning her over to Phoebe. She stepped back so everyone could congratulate Haley and Kane, knowing what a big step this was for her middle sister. Her time in foster care had been so rough, opening up to the world in general hadn't come easily for her. Had Juliet found Haley sooner, she might have discovered a much more introverted sibling. Thanks to Kane's influence and love, Haley was more at peace with herself and the world. And now they were having a baby. Oh, it couldn't happen to a better couple.
Fabulous news.
Braden nuzzled Juliet's neck with his mouth and nose.
"It really is,"
she said on a wistful sigh. She wasn't jealous of her sister. She had time before she was ready for that kind of step. But she wanted a family one day, with Braden.
Come with me.
Braden hooked an arm around her waist and pulled her aside, finding a secluded place near the pool house.
What are you doing?
She asked, bracing her hands on his shoulders.
Stealing a minute alone with you.
His hazel eyes danced with amusement, something that happened more often now that his father was settled and safe at Horizons and he didn't have the constant worry on his mind. He kissed her lips, nipping with his teeth.
I hate having to share you with all these people.
In reality, they were juggling their time together between her work and Braden's, friends, family, and his visits with his father. They both wished they could spend more hours together, but they were making do. He slept over often, which made up for a lot.
You know I wanted to have this party as a thank you for the way everyone opened their homes and their hearts to me when I arrived in Rosewood Bay. It's a short party, and they'll be gone soon enough. Then we can have the whole place to ourselves. Even Aunt Joy is away on a trip. You know what that means.
She waggled her eyebrows at him.
Yeah, skinny dipping at night.
He bumped his hips against hers, letting her know with the strength of his erection he appreciated her plan. She grinned and slicked her tongue over his lips.
I love you,
she told him.
And I love you. Now go, mingle.
He tapped her on the ass and urged her to go back to the party. After another kiss, she headed back to join her family and friends. Juliet walked over to where Andy and Phoebe were talking, coming in mid-conversation.
So I hear there's a new teacher for Nikki's grade, Phoebe was saying. His name is Mr. Davenport.
Andy's eyes grew wide.
Kyle Davenport?
She asked, sounding surprised. As a matter of fact, yes. Phoebe looked at her with a curious expression. Do you know him?
From a long time ago,
she murmured, sounding sad, almost wistful.
Well, I hear he's hot,
Phoebe said. She nudged Andy with her elbow.
You never know, he could be the right guy for you.
The other woman rolled her eyes.
I don't date, she said. I'm too busy with Nikki and work.
Juliet frowned, as did Phoebe.
And you know I think that's a crock, Phoebe said. You're gorgeous and have a great personality. You could get any guy you want, and he'd be lucky to have you.
Juliet winced, knowing something in Andy's past had caused her to erect walls when it came to men. Other than the little Kane mentioned about his sister, that she was better off now than she'd ever been when married, Juliet didn't know anything about Andy's past, and her new friend was as closed as a clam. And right now she was flushing red at Phoebe's insistence on the subject.
Why don't we talk about something else?
Juliet suggested.
Is Jamie excited about going back to school?
She asked Phoebe.
He wants to see his friends. Schoolwork, not so much.
Phoebe laughed.
Typical, I guess. Excuse me,
Andy suddenly murmured, and walked away, leaving them alone to continue their conversation. Juliet looked toward Andy, worried about her sudden mood shift and departure. She hadn't wanted to push her, but in her heart, Juliet agreed with her sibling. Andy deserved to be as happy as Phoebe was with Jake, as Haley was with Kane, and as Juliet was with Braden. She caught sight of him talking to Jake. He met her gaze with a wink of his own, and she sighed happily. Juliet's life had never been so full, so perfect, she thought, and headed over to join the man she loved. This has been Need You Now by Carly Phillips, narrated by Angela Daw, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2019 by Carly Phillips. All rights reserved.